to the City Governance Committee meeting, date the 10th of March. I declare this meeting open at 11:16. I'd like to advise attendees in the room that this meeting is being webcast and audio recorded. Attendances and leaves of absence, we have none. Confirmation of previous committee meeting minutes. There's now a motion displayed on the screen to confirm the previous minutes. Do I have a mover for this motion? Mayor Raven, thank you. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Murphy. Now open the floor to vote. All those in favour? That's carried. Councillor Fraser, how do you vote?
I'm for.
Thank you.
For.
Thank you. That's been carried. I now refer to declarations of conflicts of interest. Do any councillors wish to declare a conflict of interest today? There being none, we shall continue. On to today's reports. We are starting our long day today. Well, let's not make it a long day for any unnecessary reasons. I will say it is long, and there are a number of items on here that I know there's pretty divergent views on, but if we could be concise in our questioning and statements, that would be appreciated, but I do want you to have free rein at asking all the questions you want. I'll try and manage my expectations on all of that. So we are starting with 6.1, amendment to the annual contracting plan. Thanks, Mark.
Thank you, Chair. Item 6.1 seeks approval to amend the 25-26 annual contracting plan to reflect updated procurement activities, timing and service delivery priorities. There have been 2 people and culture procurements that are being deferred to 26-27 due to timing and resourcing considerations, and 1 transport operations procurement, which is being added as councillors now reach proceed to market. All changes are consistent with the adopted budget and existing delegations. Happy to take questions.
Any questions? Councillor Stem.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you. Just wanted to check, in the report it noted there weren't any financial or risk management implications. I guess when you shift things around, I would have thought there may have been some potential risk or financial implications. Just wanted to get your thoughts on that one.
Thank you. Through the Chair, we'll be addressing any potential financial implications through the next budget amendment, but the capital programs are, as they are sufficient to include these activities.
No further questions. We have a motion on the screen. Someone like to move that? Councillor Bannon, thank you. Someone to second? Councillor St Ledger. All those in favour? Has been carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Councillor Fraser, how do you vote? Thank you. Item 6.2, proposed amendments to contract manual for March.
Thank you, Chair. This item seeks Council's approval to adopt targeted updates to the procurement contract manual. The amendments strengthen how local, social and sustainability outcomes are considered in procurement. A clear 4-option framework has been introduced so officers can apply these criteria proportionally based on market capability and risk. The amendments support value for money while improving consistency and defensibility in procurement decisions. Happy to take questions.
Mayor Raven.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through you, and thank you to Beck for your fast answer to the question. Unfortunately, I only saw it this morning. But so the question I asked for Councillor's benefit is in 6.22, which is on page 57, I think, of your agenda, it says where there is strong and capable local market, Council may choose to make local buy mandatory. I'm just confused. If there is a strong and capable local market, why on earth would we go outside the city?
Through the Chair, May keeps the decision evidence-based and defensible. So strong local market doesn't remove the need to consider project risk, capability and value for money.
And so could we go one, because I'm not convinced that these measures go far enough. When it comes to buying local, we've had these controls in place for a long time, and last year when I said, hey, how are we going to fix this? Because the policy doesn't actually control what the procuring officers do, but this does. And so when we have like a sole purchaser arrangement, so like if we want Coke in the vending machines, no one else can sell us Coke but Coke, So a decision comes to council to say, yep, we're comfortable with you just asking Coke, rather than going out to market. Would we be able to do something similar where if you want to go outside the city where there is a strong and capable local market, you have to come to council first to get a decision on that, because it just forces a test case where when you're going outside of the city, I personally, and I think the community would like to see that you've made sure that there's no one local who can provide that service first, because every dollar you spend with a company that doesn't employ Logan people, isn't based in Logan and doesn't benefit the ratepayers of Logan, is money that we just lose from our economy and we never get it back. And if there's no one who can provide that service, fine, we have no choice. But I think that the community would rather pay a little bit more, because the value they get from supporting local employment, local businesses, is worth more to them than the dollar that goes in that they pay as an extra. So how can we harden this even further so that there's an actual hurdle that officers have to jump over if they want to spend money with a company that is silly enough not to be based in Logan or employ Logan people?
So part of our strategic sourcing is that we'll do that market research that goes into the significant contracting plan, which then goes up to branch management and needs to be signed off by the branch managers.
So how does council get oversight of that? Because with all due respect, it's not working. So we've tried it your way for a long time now. We continue. I get bailed up by companies all the time that work for every council in the region except ours, and they're based here. So they're good enough for Brisbane, they're good enough for Ipswich, they're good enough for Scenic Rim and for Moreton Bay, but they're not good enough for Logan, even though they're based here. So that tells me that something is wrong with us, not with them, because if they can work for all of those councils, they're meeting the criteria, the value for money and everything else. So that means we need to do better at finding out why those opportunities are being missed from our businesses. Because I'm stoked for them to take other ratepayers' money from other cities and spend it locally, but I think we need to go further so we get to the point where we're no longer hearing, like it's a weekly basis, I'm hearing a company that says they work for other councils but not for us. So that means our systems need to be refined. And so my personal opinion, and I'm happy to hear councillors' views, is that it should have to come to council. So you have to make a case to council for why you're spending ratepayers' money with a company that doesn't employ local and isn't based here. And even if you just want to start that with up to the second thresholds, there's a minor contracts threshold below 55, I think it is, or 60. And then there's another one that goes up to $250,000, even if it's just in those first two to test that, because the ones where you're least likely to get local content are the really, really big contracts, because there's only so many tier 1 and tier 2 vendors in southeast Queensland. I get that. But they do often suggest that they're going to use local subbies when they take the work on, which is great. So I just want to harden this process, because I've been on this bandwagon since 2017 and it ain't working. And if I get to a decade of being on this bandwagon and making no difference, and I have to ask, then what are we doing, right? So what's the next step? How do we make this more rigorous so that the officers know that they're going to have to come and explain to council while they're spending money outside the city, and that will hopefully motivate them to just go with local first?
Thank you, Mayor Raven, and I note your interest in local procurement since 2017. My suggestion is that the section of the document that you refer to would be instead of the 20%. So at a minimum, they would need to apply the 20% loading to local and social buy, which my understanding from talking to the manager puts us, we're well and truly out there in terms of the requirement to consider a local buy through our procurement process. My suggestion would be potentially, rather than holding up procurement processes by requiring a report through the committee process, that potentially some kind of reporting committee based on procurement arrangements. Yes, potentially after the fact, but it would give you a line of sight, a direct line of sight in terms of how the policy is actually working on the ground, and then give you the ability to, I suppose, make decisions to change it, the contracting manual in an informed way moving forward. It's definitely the intention to increase the percentage of local buy or local content, I guess, as well as adhering to the principles that we need to within the legislation.
The problem with, I accept what you're saying, the problem with a retrospective process is that So far, this has not worked. We know that, right? So, and we continue to change the policy, but it still relies, and we discussed this during the policy advisory group where I said, what are the consequences if a staff member does not buy local and afterwards we find out that there is local content available? And essentially it's none. There's a performance management process which is as painful for the manager as it is for the staff member, and no one wants to go down that path. So it often ends up in a place where there is very limited consequence for people who, for whatever reason, whether it's an accident or they don't look deep enough on a Google search, I don't know what it is, but for some reason, we're not getting there. And so if there's going to be a retrospective process, then there has to be a thorough an interrogation of the decision. And what happens then if we find out that you've gone out to a $200,000 contract that wasn't local and there was a completely capable local person, like contractor, that was available? What happens then? Because when we check it afterwards, the money's already been spent. The economic benefit has been lost, and we're not going to re-spend that money again for a long time, often, on that particular contract. So I don't mind the retrospective suggestion, but someone's going to have to investigate. And it won't be the officer that made the original decision, because they'll say, nothing to see here, folks, I did a good job, and they probably thought they did. But we need to understand what other options were available when they made the decision, and then have consequences if they've made a decision that wasn't in the interest of local content.
Just in terms of proactivity, Mayor, we'll be, as discussed last time, we'll be running an education campaign at all levels of the business, and it'll explain why buying local matters, not just what the rules are. So if we want to buy more locally, I think education and capability matter as much as procedures, so that's something proactive we're doing in that space. And we're also engaging with local businesses at the Logan Local Supplier Summit. We had 130 businesses there, on the 18th of February. We're running another one with over 400 businesses on the wait list. So that's a really good opportunity to speak to the local businesses and tell them the best way to do local business with us.
That's amazing, thank you. And those are all really good measures. I still want a pointy end of the stick, though, that because it hasn't been working for 9 years. So at some point, you say enough's enough. We need accountability for the decisions that are being made with ratepayers' money that's not being spent local when it could have been. And for all we know, they may be doing a great job, and there may be no local content, they've missed nothing. But if that was the case, why do we keep being approached by businesses who say they're missing out?
Is there a next question?
No, that's it.
Okay. Happy with that to conclude the statement? Thank you. Councillor Lane.
Thanks very much, Mr Chair. And to the Mayor's comment, I think that sometimes suppliers miss out because we are such a risk-averse council that we try and bulletproof everything that we build and contract. So we want it to last 30 years. It just literally drives it out of local businesses' ability to supply some of what we want as part of our process. Director, on 3.2 exceptions, so potential exceptions, it says, after considering the sound contracting principles, council may enter into a contract without complying with the required sourcing processes above if one of the exceptions described below applies. And it says, the plan must contain, or council changes the plan basically, and it allows the delegated authority to actually change and not apply the principles. Can you give us an example of where this might occur? What sort of contracts?
Thanks for your question, Councillor Lane. The manager's going to respond to that one.
Through the chair, that might apply to something that has a really innovative component to it, or where there's no other providers available in that case.
Well, that's a really good answer. So point 5 in it is quotation sourcing process, and it says council will source a minimum of 3 written quotations only from suitably qualified local businesses in the first instance. Where we've got businesses that are coming through with innovative ideas that have no history of supplying, those principles, those ability to change on a dime don't seem to appear for our local businesses. A good example is a footpath marking company that wants to do fun play activities on a footpath. Because they don't have the longevity in the industry, council sees that as a real risk to its opportunity and then goes with a company that provides less than impressive results. So, but because they're sturdy and steady and they present less risk to council, they seem to be put forward. I'm just wondering whether you've got any views on that.
No, that's fine. Through the chair, we're always open to new and innovative ideas, and I think that's a lot about education as well in terms of evaluating these proposals and looking outside the square.
Thank you very much. And just one last point, on the Mayor's point that businesses miss out, we've got councils surrounding us that are able to deliver projects that are substantially cheaper than ours, and it's because we, as I said, we bulletproof our projects. And I wonder whether the contracting opportunities are sound, but the actual onus to deliver so much on a contract is actually prohibitive for local businesses, and whether that's something we could consider down the track. I mean, a set of dunnies, 350K. It's 2 dunnies, like fair income. I think we can do better than 350K, and other places seem to be able to do that. It's just, I wonder whether or not the problem isn't here, it's actually within the expectations of the orgs written into the contract. That's just a statement.
Thank you, Councillor Bradley.
Thank you, through the chair. When the Mayor said about residents in the city being employed by local businesses, I actually Googled how many residents in our city work outside the city, and over 54% of our residents work outside the city. So whilst I'm happy with the idea of supporting local businesses within our city, I'm just curious if there's an opportunity to actually document how many residents from our city are when we get a contract outside of our city, how many residents actually are employed. That, I think, would be useful data to actually appease maybe the Mayor's concerns that local residents aren't benefiting from that.
Through the chair, we include those questions in our tender documentation. So we ask about local benefits.
Is it possible on a council level that we actually receive that information, or is that breaching some sort of contractual arrangement?
I'd have to take that on note.
Yeah, we could have a look at that, Councillor Bradley. We would potentially go through some of the larger, like rather than all of them, maybe some of the larger procurement arrangements and provide a summary to councillors.
Very much. I think that would be very helpful.
Councillor Russell.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. I'll keep this pretty quick because I'm not really contributing a new idea to this. I just wanted to mention that a punitive approach can always have unintended consequences, and I would hate to see that by making it scary to go with who is the best option instead of going with the local option, we might end up having unintended consequences that we might not like. So I just am concerned about not acknowledging that there are multiple factors that get taken into account, and I think that the looking at things after the fact is a really good start. I think we just need to be really careful about being punitive about this, because it's not good for staff, it's not good for people's feelings.
Councillor Murphy.
Thank you, through the chair. Just a quick question going on from what the Mayor had to say. I've heard that myself, where contractors have said that they work for other local governments, but they aren't working for Logan City Council. If they've tendered previously, do their tenure documents stay on our records as a possible contact, and then are those tenders sent to them directly, or is the onus only on those companies? And if the onus is on those companies, is that where Office of Economic Development can step in and help them?
Through the chair, each tender is unique, so their details aren't kept on file. It's absolutely advertised in many places when we do tender for new contracts, though.
So those companies could work with our Office of Economic Development if they really wanted to work for Logan City Council and become somebody that is utilised for the services that we need.
Absolutely, and we also provide feedback to the tenderers if they request it after the tender's closed and awarded.
So in the Mayor's instance, and Mr Mayor, you can jump in here, those people that are approaching you, and I've had that myself as well, have they just done the one-off try and then because they've been rejected, they're not doing it again? And that's why I asked if any of their records are kept on file and whether they're contacted again.
Through you, Mr Chair, they apply repeatedly. Sometimes they get little bits of work, often emergency work because they're local, so it's convenient because it costs less to get them in. But when it comes to the big contract, it goes to somebody else, even though they're capable of doing it. And they believe they're competitive on price because they win contracts in every other council but ours. So that's a very common message on all sorts of different sizes of business and all that sort of thing.
Councillor Wilcox.
Thank you. Similar to what the Mayor was saying, I do hear it a lot from local businesses in my area as well, that they're just not getting the work through Logan City Council, but they're getting works through all other councils. And for example, I was actually getting a park upgrade done at one of my local parks, and the contractor for the concreting didn't turn up. Luckily, the park was actually right next door to a concreter, and they went and knocked on his door, and he came across and did the concreting job. But he's never done work before. You said that you had a Logan Local Supply Summit in February. Would have been great to have known. I like these. I like promoting them within my local area to try and get the local businesses there so that they know how to do business with council, because a lot of them do say, well, I don't know how to do business, and I send them through the links and that sort of thing. So if you are going to have another one, and I think you said you have 400 people, so you have a wait list, I think that'd be actually really good to have one a quarter. And that sort of thing. I like going and engaging with the people that are there, but often it would be great to know how many of those people that are attending actually get work through council and that sort of thing. Are these summits actually working to get those contractors in to do the work with the council? Yeah. But yeah, if we could please promote it, and I would really love to have one a quarter. Thanks.
Councillor St Ledger.
There's no doubt that the local businesses, particularly in that trades construction, they want to do work for council. In my previous life, I've done works for other council as a business, and the best thing in a trade is having a client that'll pay. So when people are doing work for us, they understand that we'll pay. So I think it's really pleasing that you're going to educate, one, our internal teams, but also we need to educate the public and the people wanting to come and do this work, because it is a constant. It's something that I get asked about consistently with those same struggles. But if we can make the process as seamless as possible for both sides of the fence, I think that'll go a long way to it. But there's nothing better from a business owner's perspective of knowing they're going to do work for a client and be paid, without doing work for a builder and running the risk of actually not being paid for that work. So that's a real advantage for us as a council, and just seeing as much local work as we can with our local businesses would be fantastic.
Thank you. We're back to Mayor Raven. The first three trops were taking a long run up. If you could shorten your run up and get to the questions, statements, that'd be great. That's all round. We're not aiming for a test match. One day would be great.
2020?
We're not going 2020, just a one day. Let's get to the point. Thank you.
Noted. So accountability and transparency aren't punitive. If you're doing the right thing, you welcome accountability and transparency because it shows that you're doing the right thing. So if we start with the post-action review to show what's going on, but I would like to see a very thorough review because what we've done for 9 years just hasn't worked, right? So we need to do things differently. Otherwise, we're literally sending good money after bad, and that is a carton. Whose phone was that? So yeah, happy to start from there, but if that continues to get the same outcomes, we're back here next year talking about it, I'll be saying I want proactive. I want you to come to us before a decision is made so that we can make sure you're making the decision the community expects.
Councillor Bannon.
I want to defend the staff a little bit because I'm a contractor and I'm with multiple councils and you can get a tender digest. So I'm looking at it right now, which I just showed Councillor Jeremiah. I get tenders every day, it just comes to me email. And most of the contractors that come to me saying they want to get contracts usually are full of it because when you go into, I've sent them in and they haven't got half the qualifications that you need. So just because contractors are saying, I want to work for council, there's a reason why, there's usually a reason why they're not working for council as well. So it's not that hard, what I just showed you, to get on a tender list as a contractor. So I know just because people are telling you stuff, I don't think it's all on you guys. And I'd be nervous about council getting involved in procurement, full stop. I wouldn't go near any procurement. I know 90% of trades in the city, I know most of them. So I wouldn't go near it. Like, you know, a million of them. So we shouldn't be near procurement. It's dangerous. And I've seen it firsthand. I reckon 90% of the trades that hit me up can't qualify. So, and I know how to qualify because I've literally do it every day and have for 30 years. So it's that simple if you want to do it. It's not that hard. And I can send this to every single councillor if you want to see a tender digest. So it's not that hard. I think you're doing a good job. We can always get more people, but they need to step up as well.
Thank you, councillors. We're going to go to the motion, which is on the screen. If we have someone ready to move that. Thank you, councillor. Say again.
Does this include the post-action review, Robert? Do we need to vote for that, or is that something you are just intending on doing?
It's something that I will do.
You're committing to? Thank you.
Yep, someone to second that? Councillor Bradley. All those in favour? Councillor Fraser, how do you vote? Thank you, that's carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Item 6.3, Local Infrastructure Program.
Thank you, Chair. Item 6.36, approval of the new local infrastructure program projects and amendments to previously approved projects for March. There have been 10 new projects listed to a total of $806,737, all within existing divisional LIP allocations, and 4 material amendments to existing projects. All projects and amendments are compliant with policies. Happy to take questions.
Councillor Lane.
Not a question, just a statement. It's an absolute ripper report. So basically, every time I get savings out of a project in Division 2, we try and throw it onto a footpath or an extension. And the connection to Glindemann Park from Elisa Avenue to Drogheda Close is one of those where people have been lobbying for it for a couple of years. We planned it. We didn't save for it. We just used the savings off another project to knock it over. And also the footpath and pram ramp on off Patricia Avenue. That's actually for Trinder Park Nursing Home. The Gold Coast Faster Rail is taking a portion of their front entrance, so they had to come up with a new or revert back to their old entrance and needed an upgrade. So thanks to officers, the quick turnaround on some of the stuff has been absolutely magic. Jasper and the team, as well as Andy Lee from the RCM. Thanks very much.
Councillor Murphy.
Ditto, Councillor Lane. As you can see on the Excel spreadsheet of the projects, we've got savings coming across, and then we can go and do further work out in our divisions. We, as councillors, usually plan pretty early on in the piece of the year and try to have that money well and truly allocated. So any savings come back, just fill in the holes of those little jobs that we need to go back and redo, or see if there's been an expense that we haven't catered for, or a contract's gone up, or whatever we need to. But Andy Lee, Ella, have worked their magic, and City Road is getting the rest of their footpath done. Bring that on. So thank you very much.
Councillor Bradley.
Thank you so much. On page 112, the first report being Fitzgerald Avenue, I did email and ask that it be amended to say that community consultation has actually occurred on that one. If the report could be amended, please.
I think an updated attachment was circulated to council.
Okay, thank you.
All right, be no more questions. There's a motion on the screen. Someone to move that. Councillor Murphy. Sorry, this is to table the last minute document from this morning. Councillor Murphy, seconder. Councillor Hall, thank you. All those in favour of receiving that document, tabling that document. Councillor Fraser, how do you vote?
Yep, 4.
Thank you. And now a motion on the screen to accept that. Councillor Murphy is moving that. Someone to second it, Councillor Hall, thank you. All those in favour? Councillor Fraser, how do you vote?
4.
That's been carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Item 6.4, monthly financial performance report.
Thank you, Chair. At 31st of January, Council reported an operating surplus of 50.9 million, which is 12 million above the year-to-date budget. Operating revenue is 16.2 million above budget year-to-date, with key drivers being development assessment fees due to increased service volumes, waste utility charges and commercial waste volumes, and investment returns from strategic cash management. Operating expenses are 4.2 million above budget, with the main pressure points being Logan Water, bulk water purchases and biosolids transport costs, and higher waste levy costs in waste and resource recovery. These pressures are being actively monitored and will be reviewed as part of the second budget amendment process, including where costs can be absorbed or offset. Capital expenditure is 6.1 million below budget, or about 3% variance, largely due to timing and delivery sequencing. These are timing variances, and all delayed projects will be reviewed at second budget amendment. Total cash holdings are approximately 520 million, borrowings 591 million, with the weighted average cost of debt being 4.77%. QTC Cash Fund and the QIC short-term income funds are both outperforming benchmarks. Happy to take questions.
Councillor Lane.
Thanks, and this is going to sound bizarre. What's happening in the Middle East, is that going to have an impact on our projected budget?
We are closely monitoring that, and we are also including it in our budget discussions as a point to keep an eye out on.
Thanks very much. On page, I think it's one of the performance overview, it identifies the estimates, and there was a bit of a shortfall in the projection, so it was 7% and actually came in higher. I'm wondering, are we now looking to overestimate and be pleasantly surprised when it comes to depreciation costs and other impacts to the budget, or are we just proceeding with business as usual on that?
Proceeding as business as usual, but taking into account the current economic climate.
Yep, no worries. Now, the next one, sorry about this. The parks fees and charges, 267,000 above budget due to an increased number of burials and pre-plot purchases. It's either a lot of people dying or a lot of people buying their spots, but we don't seem to have a plan for more cemeteries in the city, so I found that an interesting one. But the one on page 125, it actually has some expenses are below budget because we seem to have not been hiring. Obviously, we've asked for a 3% saving across the board, but some of the areas that are having the savings are probably the most important, which is our city safety and livability branch. I know that they're running on a lean, mean sort of budget, but I just hope that we can reassess that and make sure we're not going too far with that. That's all I got. Thanks.
Councillor Bradley.
Thank you. My question was going to be about the Middle East impact, but we won't know for 2 months. Is that correct? The impact?
That's correct.
Okay, because, that will help with my decision-making for another report within this committee reports today. I just want to ask Councillor Lane what she was referring to about the 3% saving. What is that about?
Sorry, so in the last budget, we asked the organisation to undertake savings across the board, and the organisation came to the party and did really well with it.
Oh, okay. Sorry, we're not talking about future. We're talking, no. Okay, thank you.
And it was 5%, not 3%.
5%, pardon me, that's what I was...
Sorry, have you finished? Councillor Stemp?
I found the answer to my problem, my question, so all good, thank you.
Awesome way to do it. Thank you very much. All right, there being no further questions, we have a motion on the screen. If someone would like to move that, Mayor Raven, thank you. Seconded by Councillor Bannon. All those in favour? Councillor Fraser, how do you vote?
4.
Thank you. That's been carried unanimously. Thank you. Does anyone have any general business for the General Manager of Finance? Excellent. Do you have any for us?
No, thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Item 6.5 is management of council and newsletters. And Michelle Cull is going to come up for this one. Thank you. Yuri Michelle, thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I've got a brief presentation this morning, just 3 slides. So I just wanted to start with the current situation. So Corporate Communications produces newsletters on behalf of divisions twice a year. The total cost of all councillor newsletters is around $96,500 per edition. And Corporate Communications coordinates the preparation of content, design, printing and distribution of the newsletters. There are some challenges. Printing and distribution costs are continuing to rise. The distribution is really complex, and that's because the maps for Australia Post and other distributors don't match our divisional boundaries, which means a mix of unaddressed and addressed mail is often required to reach all of the households, and that's the reason that the costs of newsletters vary from division to division. With up to 12 newsletters being produced at the same time, design and production time is longer too than if they were done in isolation. So we have a proposed option that Corporate Communications transfers the coordination, printing and distribution of the councillor newsletters to councillors. The councillor newsletter budget is reallocated to council divisions based on the current printing and distribution costs for each division. That's the recommendation we've made. However, we are keen to seek councillors' feedback on that because there are other options. Corporate Communications will provide support to divisions by providing newsletter templates and doing a final newsletter review before printing. And we can also assist with planning the printing and distribution if required. So we see a few benefits of this change. The councillors would have greater flexibility on if, when and how newsletters are sent out and the best use of preferred communication channels to suit their needs. The divisions would have flexibility on how their current newsletter budget is spent under the scope of the councillor expenses and facilities policy. Corporate Communications can also then focus resourcing on producing more timely online stories for the Our Logan website, including more news from divisions. And we will provide support by providing templates, reviewing newsletters prior to printing and assisting with the coordination of printing and distribution if required. Happy to take questions.
Starting with Councillor Lane.
Thanks very much, Mr Chair, through you. When I saw this report, I was confused and a little bit bewildered. I looked at Division 2 and I recall some time ago that when we were looking at the distribution costs for my division, I said, how about we just get walkers to walk it in and save a few bob to the budget? And that was accepted, which was great. And I looked at that and I thought, okay, there's a bit of savings. So for Division 2, the proposal would be that Division 2 receives $9,892 as an annual expenditure for newsletters. Right next to me is Division 3. Now I've got 2,300 more people in my division, but it's proposed that Division 3 would get $22,728. And the reason for that obviously is the postage, but it's also the fact that an insert is placed into the newsletter, which means it has to be enveloped, and those costs have been taken into consideration. I find that a little bit unfair. So what happened was we tried to save money, well, I tried to save money in my division, and what it's done is it's come back to bite me on the bottom a little bit with this proposal. So I went to the chair yesterday and I got in contact with Emma and I said, you know, I have a problem with this. So I went further hunting. And I was very disappointed because a good example is Division 4, the divisional councillor also looked at his mailing bill and worked out that he can do it a lot less expensively out to certain parts of his division. Now, and this is not a reflection, I'm not attacking any single councillor in this cohort. It's actually about the appearance of fairness and equity. So if the Division 4 councillor were to do a distribution of a newsletter, if he were to get $20,308 that's proposed in this, he could literally go to a walker and say, can you walk these in at a cheaper price and produce 4 newsletters for the cost of what his budget is, but I'd still be stuck on 2. And I just don't see that as fair and equitable. I think that the recommendations of the report are unfair, and I won't be supporting them today.
Councillor Bradley.
Oh, thank you. You've just given me an idea. Thank you, Councillor Lane.
You're welcome.
Because I'm a massive walker. But Division 1 doesn't actually have paid walkers like other divisions, unfortunately. But the reason I put my hand up was there was mention of other options. What are the other options?
Well, through the chair, we do recognise that there is a big difference in the cost of councillor newsletters across the divisions, and that is generally because some divisions require a higher volume of addressed mail. So at the moment, because we're doing all 12 newsletters at once, we use Australia Post because they are, when you're doing that larger volume all at once, they are the most reliable and they are well resourced to be able to get them all out. However, some councillors do use a third-party provider and use unaddressed mail, which we're happy to assist with that. For this, we have recommended a split of the budget based on our current printing and distribution costs, but another option would be to do an even split across the divisions. That could potentially disadvantage some divisions because in some cases there isn't an option. There is in some divisions, but in other cases it has to be fully all addressed mail. And some areas too, which are semi-rural, there may be less options, but happy to look at whatever budget split councillors would see fit.
And I will acknowledge that it might be just a temporary thing because obviously the boundaries are going to change next term, and Division 1 might have Woodridge or who knows. So I imagine with Australia Post they usually like to have whole suburbs rather than part of suburbs, etc. So it might change with time.
Yes, through the chair, the issue is that Australia Post maps and other distributor maps don't match our divisions. So that's why it does require a risk of unaddressed and addressed mail, but happy to look at a different budget split if councillors would prefer another option. The reason we recommended the split based on current distribution and printing costs is because if you were to do an even split, it could disadvantage some divisions.
Councillor St Ledger.
Thank you. I agree with what Councillor Lane was saying. I did a letter out at the end of last year. We got a quote back from the team with Australia Post with a cost of $9,369. The team then sourced us another price of $4,125. We were actually able to have the same stuff printed and delivered GPS track for $2,189. So it's quite a cost saving there. Are we able, should this happen, are we able to source those sorts of options to make sure we're getting the best bang for buck with the distribution? Because I think, and I don't envy your team at all when you're dealing with 12 councillors and the mayor and having to try and appease everyone. So I really see the benefits in this. But if we're able to find cost savings to get more efficiency and get more bang for the buck, is that possible, or are we sort of going to be streamlined with having to use Australia Post? Because even their distribution isn't bulletproof per se. There's still lots of hits and misses and crossovers.
Through the chair, yes, you will be able to choose a third-party provider for the distribution. We currently use that method at the moment because, as I mentioned, we have to get 12 out all at once, and they're best resourced and the most reliable to do that large volume all at once. But yes, the individual divisions will be able to choose their own distributor, and in fact we can also provide some support and guidance on that if needed. We have already looked at which divisions could potentially trial alternate distribution methods. Some divisions don't have flexibility, but some do.
Excellent. And with the distribution of funds, I probably prefer the idea that it's an even split, and even if we can look at an even split with possibly something for areas with the rural areas, because there is an extra cost there with those semi-rural areas, 4, 9, 11, and probably parts of Division 10 as well have those rural areas. So if we can look at something like that to make it a bit more equitable, it'd be fantastic.
Through the chair, yes, that would be a definite option. That there's probably about 6 divisions that are, significantly higher because of that higher volume of addressed mail. That certainly would be an option. The aim of this, though, overall, is to give the divisions and councillors more control and flexibility over their newsletters.
Question from me. If the funding goes into divisional expenses, and you were mentioning that they would then give us opportunity to distribute our messages via various methods and ways, would that include paying for boosted advertising social avenues?
If the budget is transferred to divisions, it would go into the councillors' expense and facilities budget and could be spent according to that policy. So councillors could choose to spend it in other ways if they wish, as long as it was in line with the policy. It doesn't have to be spent on newsletters, so some of it could be used for other expenditure.
Councillor Hall.
Through the chair, this doesn't look like a good idea to me. This is councillors getting involved in procurement. How is this different from a councillor being able to organise to get a footpath done cheaper? Because they know a bloke down the road and he says he can do it cheaper than the people that council are using, so he'll go and organise for that person to go and do it. So there's a reason the way the system was as it was, and that was to keep councillors away from that procurement component of this. Okay, so it's not a good idea for councillors being involved with distributors and whatnot. We need to be separated from that. We shouldn't be making decisions, those type of financial decisions on behalf of council. So I'm not going to support this. This does not work. This goes against everything we kind of set out before when council went into administration. So we need to move away from things like this. Thank you.
This is Mayor Robin.
That's not why we went into administration. So, inaccurate statement is my point of order. We went into administration because we lost quorum, and there's nothing else that drove that.
Do you want to correct your statement?
I'll correct my statement, but I still stand firm. This is not a good direction to go in. Councillors should not be involved in this type of procurement.
Do you want to correct your statement?
Okay,
How would you like to word it?
I'm happy to correct my statement.
I think the point
I agree
conflict
that this is not what led council into administration. I concur with that. But I do believe that this puts the council at risk because councillors should not be involved with procurement.
Understood. Thank you. Was there a question in there that needed a response? I don't think so. Councillor Heremiah.
Thank you. I think this report needs a bit more work, and I think the recommendation that is mentioned in this report fundamentally changes 2 things. It changes the current budget, sets a certain amount of money towards distributing newsletters, and the idea is that council will endeavour to deliver a newsletter to every household in the division in a way that's feasible and in a way that the local councillor supports. Now this recommendation is changing the purpose of that funding from solely on communication into additional things, because by transferring the budget from the newsletter budget and putting that money into the councillor expenses, divisional expenses budget, that broadens the horizons of things that the money can be spent on. So it fundamentally changes that. And the second thing that it fundamentally changes is the approach that we've taken with divisional expenses so far. The approach that we've taken is that each councillor gets an equal amount of divisional expenses. This is changing that. This is making it different based on the councillor and their division. And it's not based on a formula of how many residents or households you have in your division. It's based on the existing cost basis of distributing newsletters. If we're going to change to a new type of way of figuring out the budget set for each division, we should have an agreed upon formula that is based on households in the division or resident population. It shouldn't be based on the cost history of delivering a newsletter to an area that the Electoral Commission drew up in 2019 and is subject to change anyway. So what people care about in the city is getting communicated with, getting information from their local government. They don't really care about what the Electoral Commission drew, 7 years ago. So I think that I get the intent from the council officers, but I think it needs a bit more work. And if we're going to change these important things, we should do it properly, and we should have an agreed upon formula instead of just working on a cost basis. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Russell.
Thanks, Chair. I guess a similar intent to what Councillor Herremeier has just said, where I think we've been provided with some information which puts us in a position where, with everything different, it's about equity versus equality. The intent is that residents have got equal access to information, but then at the same time it puts us in an awkward situation where that looks like more money that can be used on other things, depending on the best way to communicate with the community. I think that we do need to maybe play with this a little bit further for it to make sense and for us to have equity across all of the divisions. I was actually very surprised when I saw this to see that Division 3 was one of the higher ones. I would have assumed, being not a rural area, that it would have been one of the cheaper ones. And it's interesting to find out the reasons behind that. But if there is a way that delivery can be done in a cheaper way, I'd really like for us to explore that. But yes, big picture, I think that with this process, I'd really like for us to, I don't want to say it, but maybe workshop it a little further.
Councillor Stemp.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Look, I like the idea of having the control back on the newsletters come back, gives options for, various things. I really like that idea. The funding side, I agree, and I think how we move forward on that is the question. For Division 10, it was like $9,000 compared to, say, 28 for the highest amount. So I don't agree with it going back into the councillor pool as such for each division, because that doesn't seem fair, especially if they don't decide to use that money for that. But how do we move on from this, I guess, is the question. Is it something we defer? Is it we go back to a workshop? I guess the question is, can we defer this? But it'll have to defer to a future city governance, and maybe try to workshop it in the meantime. I'm just going to get your thoughts.
I'm guessing that comes down to us, what we want to do with it. So we'll get to that when we get to the motion, I guess, if that's okay. Mayor Raven.
I'll start with my last question first, because it relates to Councillor Stemp's comments. So why are we being asked to make this decision now?
We are, putting forward this idea because we have had feedback from some councillors that they would like more control over their newsletters and more flexibility. So we feel this proposal would offer that. In terms of the split of the budget, happy to look at alternative options for that. Another potential option could be to do an even split, but add some more on for those areas, where it is more expensive due to the higher volume of address mail, and where there's rural properties. We did initially offer the opportunity of a workshop, but it was felt that wasn't the best way to go, so we've put forward the report.
Thank you. So there's a reasonably narrow.
Sorry, Mayor, could I get Kim to add
sorry,
to that?
Kim's got
Thanks,
some
Mayor.
I just wanted to round up Michelle's comments through the chair. Last year during the budget process, you might recall the costs of our Logan and the councillor newsletters came up. In fact, for the last 3 years during budget process that I've been involved in budget, it's come up. They are expensive line items, and this is why the last round of distribution costs changed, and we went to printing less our Logans and making them available in various public places. It was based on the feedback of councillors and in a direct response to cost cutting. We then agreed that we would take this, it was proposed to a councillor workshop. Through consultation with Deputy Mayor, he thought that he would be able to canvass councillors and to get some agreed sentiment, because as you can see from today, it's very hard to get consensus on this. There's so many different options. Today, the sticking point seems to be more about our attempt to be transparent and reflect the current costing, as opposed to the intent of you taking more control of newsletters. But we haven't got to the Our Logan discussion yet either. So we're here and we just want to reflect what's best for the community through the advice that we receive from councillors. But I've worked with Councillor Bannon for several months, who had been having individual discussions with you. So we will take whatever feedback, we will come to you in whatever forum you find to be most effective in driving this decision. But we did take advice in terms of how we would move forward. We were then trying to get this over the line before we went into this year's budget process to try and at least decide how you wanted to take control. If the funding matter has to be deferred to be a component of the budget process, that's another option that you have. But just understanding the amount of time that's devoted to these important communications and having a different type of approach to the budget this year, we were trying to be prudent as well as giving you adequate time to discuss the matters. So that's why we're here today, Mayor.
Excellent answer, thank you. So would it be fair to say the consequences of making no decision today and leaving things as status quo would be that when we come to budget, you'll be asking for more money for distribution and printing because the costs continue to rise?
I think the result will be that at budget last year, when we tried to make recommendations around our Logan magazine, for example, we were asked to defer that for a separate workshop. So I guess, yeah, we want to avoid trying to get to budget and doing it all over again.
Mr Mayor, if we're not satisfied with the current distribution of our Logan magazines the way it is, yes, there will definitely be cost implications and we'll be required to seek further funding.
Thank you, because often, these matters come up in budget and they come up again and again. So my understanding, the consequences for no decision or a deferred decision is that we'll be asked to have that same conversation in budget. I will observe, and in your defence, Michelle, this report was put up before we did our training on narrowing the frame. It's a pretty narrow frame on this report. You've given us one option, and that's why you're hearing councillors go, well, what else? How else could we solve this problem? There's also, from my mind, and I'm happy for the chair to take this off me and run with it if he sees fit or dispose of it, there's actually two different questions. The first one is, do you want more control over when you send a newsletter and what you do with your newsletter? Because that's one question that's in here, but not specifically articulated in the as a separate option. And then, how do you want to manage the funding of that? And there's been some really valid points raised by multiple councillors about equity versus equality. There's an inequity at the moment because not all councillors send 2 newsletters a year, and that money for those divisions just disappears back into general revenue. And their residents miss out entirely. Whereas under this model, you would have a different option if you felt a newsletter wasn't effective. You could communicate in a different way. Maybe you hold more mobile offices, whatever you might do. You might advertise in a local newspaper, whatever works for you. So the question is, the first question is, do you want more control? And the second question is, how do you fund that? And I feel the second question will probably come back to budget. But the first one is pertinent for the committee.
Agreed. Yeah, I'll let Councillor Bannon go, and then I want to get sentiment on that. Are we happy to just go forward on the first part of this recommendation and defer the financial? Oh, sorry, it is Councillor Lane before Councillor Bannon. Can I just let him go? He's busting the chops. Thanks.
It's not busting the chops, it's just that, so I didn't get a chance to talk to every councillor because I'm, believe it or not, busy. The councillors that I spoke to, I asked those questions to. So, and when they weren't sure what was going to happen, the girls went and sat down with them for a longer period of time. The trouble is councillors change their mind every 5 minutes, which they're entitled to do. So when we got into a certain position where, and it wasn't influence the council, I was just asking what's important to you. I didn't get a chance to get to every single councillor, which we spoke about. So I got to see some councillors, got some feedback. I told you I was still trying to get it, trying to help. If I've dropped the ball, I apologise for that. I just didn't have a chance to talk to everyone. Those questions were asked. Like, what do you want? Like, because I feel sorry for the staff because this has happened 3 or 4 years in a row where we can't get a decision. And when I said go to a workshop, because it would have been like the workshop that we had about chairs and the committees, which is incredibly infuriating as you experienced it. So I said, maybe it just comes to time we just need to make a decision as councillors to make a decision, right? Since then, spoke to the mayor about the change in the budget stuff. I wasn't across that because I don't really care because I'm pretty happy with the way that I do things anyway. So that got brought up, which I think you've got a solution to. You and the chair had a good solution to that with the girls up there. So that's where I come from. So I didn't get a chance. It was all good.
Understood.
Yeah.
Councillor Lane.
Thanks very much. Something that the director said sparked my interest. So she said that these are expensive line items. What is council's printing budget across council that marketing handle? I would imagine it would run into the millions of dollars each year that the marketing team actually work on for council. So other magazines, other than Our Logan, other than newsletters, what are some of the items that the marketing team does? Because in terms of council's relative printing budget, 150,000 or 180,000 for Our Logan and 2 newsletters a year is not, it's a drop in the ocean. So they're not expensive line items. I think this is council's main way of making communications with the community, and as such, $95,000 for 12 divisional councillors with an inclusion of the mayor in it is not expensive. So I wanted to ask that question. What is council's overall advertising and marketing budget for printing items?
Through the chair, you're correct. It is one of many items that we print every year. I'd have to take that question on notice because I don't have the exact figure to hand, but we do print a range of materials in addition to the magazine and council and newsletters, including booklets like the Crank booklet, flyers, brochures, a wide range of printed materials. But I guess our purpose for this report, though, was to act on some feedback that we have received from councillors that they would like more control and flexibility, and hopefully we can work through the budget, the way the budget is broken up.
I completely understand that and I appreciate that. I was just putting it in the context of people, the 2 people listening might be wondering why we're being so funny about this. But the reality is, well, I am messaging them because this is really important to them. People like their local newsletters. So when we talk about it being an expensive line item, it's not when it comes to communicating with our community. In fact, these newsletters reach more of our community than any other council correspondence other than the rates probably. And people look forward to them. Some people chuck them straight in the bin, but there are a lot of people who do read their newsletters. They are engaged in our community, and it's not an expensive line item when it comes to the base sheer volume of what council actually puts out in their printing budget. So I just wanted to address that because I think it's a bit unfair to put it as an expensive line item, and we'll get to Our Logan when that comes up next.
Point taken.
All right, I've got some councillors lining up, but I want to sort of pull this back to the recommendation. Try and figure out if there's sentiment to bring the newsletter towards council law officers into your control, and that the disagreement here is mainly around how we finance it, and that we can push that to budget. If Yes.
Sorry, Chair, my exception to it isn't how we do it. It's, I take exception to it going into council expenses as well.
Yeah.
And being used for another purpose, so.
All right. We shall carry through the remaining councillors. We've got 3 left, and then I'm going to the recommendation. St Ledger, Wilcox, and then Murphy. Thank you, Nathan.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I don't, like I said earlier, envy you as a team having to deal with 12 councillors, and we all want to do things our way. So completely get that, and I think it's a great idea. Is there a way, and I agree with what Councillor Jeremiah said, you put this back in councillor expenses budget and it can be used in a variety of different ways, where it can sit as a communications budget within your branch? We may come to you and go, we've done this letter, we would like this to go out, and it gets allocated that way. So it sits out of councillor expenses, it sits in a communication budget. So it gets used for that, and then councillors can decide on how and when they want to communicate with their residents.
We did take some advice. Sorry, beg your pardon. We did take some advice on that prior to the meeting, and we carried through with some advice that we had. However, I'm sure that Director of Organisational Services could indicate whether we could put this back into general revenue or whether we could explore alternates for the funding that may be left over from this. Thank you, Robert.
Councillor Wilcox.
Thank you. Thank you. Through the chair, I have to say I've been doing the maths and that sort of thing. I've been advocating for more postage for my division for quite some time now because of the fact it's just so expensive for me to get my postage out because it is so rural. So whilst I know it looks very high, when you do the math, it actually equates to what it needs. But I haven't been canvassed for my opinion, and I have been very vocal on this when I've been in meetings, but I haven't been asked, so I'm going to give it to you now. I would like more control over the newsletters. I don't like being beholden to the org about when my newsletter has to be done and when it has to go out, because sometimes it's 6 weeks later when it goes out, when I've given the information and that sort of thing. So if I can do it quicker, I'd love that, because then I can get the information out in a more timely manner. And just, I'm going to give you some examples. So I've just done Division 12 on the dwelling count versus the distribution, and it costs Councillor Murphy's area 19 cents to send a letter with those counts, and it costs my division 82 cents to send. So it's showing you a huge difference, and the difference to Division 1 is Division 1's 38 cents. So there's a vast difference in postage, and we all get that. And if we're going to go down the path of let's make it even, then we've got to delve into those figures just that little bit more so that it's fair and equitable for us, which I think hopefully you'll be able to provide that in the future if we go down that path of actually finally having a workshop, because you've spoken about it today that some divisions have full Australia Post, some have walkers. So I think you need to go through that process with all of us so that we can see what flexibility we have. But are there any divisions on here that haven't sent newsletters as well, and suddenly they are appearing on here? Like, what's the split? How many of us have sent a newsletter? How many of us haven't?
Through the chair, generally most divisions do send a newsletter, aside from Deputy Mayor Bannon, who usually opts to not send a newsletter. There have been times when other divisions have opted out, but mostly most divisions do send a newsletter.
Okay.
I think Division 7 may not have sent one
lately because he's been ill. Yeah, which is fair enough. So if you actually looked at Division 7, you could almost, I think he's missed 3, so I think you could almost triple his budget if he's missed the last 3 through being ill.
Sorry, this is based on how much it would currently cost to send it via Australia Post, which is the distributor we're using at the moment. But you're correct though, your newsletter does cost more to print and send out because of the, the high volume of addressed mail. and the higher number of rural and acreage properties. And compared to Councillor Murphy's division, of course, where that we're able to use a third-party distributor, and they can deliver the same quantity as Australia Post, but it's all unaddressed, so that accounts for the big difference in the cost. But if councillors were to have that control themselves, they would be able to use the distributor of their choice, and we would be able to provide advice on where that's possible and where it's not.
Okay. And then just one final thing. So I noticed that everyone's like, ooh, we're all a bit grey about it going back into our divisional budget, and it's not attached. And that's my concern as well. Like, if it's not attached, you can be a bit willy-nilly and do what you want with it. Is there a way, if we are to attach it to newsletters and give it a line item in our expenses, then that for me would probably sit a lot better. That yes, because I like doing my newsletters and I like getting them out there. So that for me, if it was in our expenses, that it's attached, that it needs to be for newsletter costs by the division, and it's printing, distribution, and then we can work with it that way. That might be probably ease a few more.
Okay. Does anyone have questions that aren't finance related? You're not on my list. All right, so yours is financially related. Councillor Murphy, yours is around the finances? A little bit, yes. Okay. Can we just go straight to the question? Does Anita...
Okay, well, it is a question. It is financial. The question is, I don't see how customisation and flexibility is going to make anything less expensive to do. If it's all done the same way and you follow the same formula, then you can kind of control those costs. When you start putting in customisation and varying things, like buying a car, the car's going to be more expensive. Now, the honest truth, in fact,
want the question.
Okay. The question will come after, but I would like to say, if you need customisation, if you'd like to do something different, you can do it on your own pocket. You don't have to use ratepayers' funds to fund what other extra things you want to do in terms of distributing content to your residents. Okay, like I fund my own things. I do my fridge magnets. I don't expect council to pay for that. I pay for that myself. I do it. It's something I do differently, and I don't expect council or the ratepayer to carry the cost of that. So if you wanted to do different types of newsletters, you can actually do that on your own pocket. You don't have to. You don't need an extra fund for that. The question is, how will this save money?
It doesn't save money. It's transferring the money across. Would you like to speak to that?
Through the chair, yes, we'd be transferring the budget across. However, there could be an opportunity for some divisions to save money on their printing and distribution where that is possible. In some divisions, they would need to use Australia Post address mail to reach all households, but in other divisions, there may be some flexibility to use third-party distributors, which already happens in some of the divisions.
Councillor Murphy.
Thank you. Just a couple of quick figures. From the number of houses within inside Logan City, it costs $1.47 to send this out, which is less than a stamp. Less than a stamp. I'm happy for it to come over to me. If I don't use the funds, it goes back into general reserves, correct? And if councillors are able to have that as a separate line, like if they're worried about this money going over to divisional councillors and then them spending it on promotional items or something like that, that can be on them, or can we put it in a separate line item? Which is what I asked. Yeah,
Does that need to go to Robert? Thank you, Robert.
Through the chair. There's a number of options. I've been listening to the discussion, so there are some very good options in terms of where we could put so there's two threshold questions here. There's the amount that's transferred, whether it's equitable or whether there's some kind of differentiated rate depending on the division. There are options to move it into your divisional budget. Another option is to, as Councillor Murphy suggested, create a separate line item next to your divisional budget for distribution and printing costs for newsletters, and that would be used for that sole purpose. And if that was underspent for any reason, then the surplus would drop to the bottom line at the end of the financial year. So my suggestion is to work up all of those options. If you were so minded today, you could defer this for consideration at a future special budget committee meeting.
All right. So we'll go, there's others that have asked and I've said no, so I can't, sorry. We've got the original recommendation, which puts the newsletter to councillors and the finance according to that table that is in the report. There is an alternative to defer the financial side of it and to go and just express approval for the recommendation that it go to the councillors' offices, if that makes sense. That's an alternative. I'll go for the first one first, the original recommendation, when we get to it, if we get to it. I'll put the original up. You know that's an opportunity if you want it, but let's start with the original recommendation. We are tabling first, what are we tabling? The PowerPoint, that's right. Tabling the PowerPoint. Thank you. We have a mover in Councillor Murphy, a seconder for the tabling of the PowerPoint presentation, Councillor Bannon. All those in favour of receiving the PowerPoint presentation, Councillor Fraser, how do you vote?
4.
I think that was a 4. Thank you very much. That's carried unanimously. Okay, so now the motion to the original recommendation is on the screen. Is there anyone that wants to move that? Councillor Wilcox is moving it. Anyone want to second it? That's the original recommendation. I'll test it. Okay. That's seconded by Councillor Murphy. All those in favour? That has been lost. We go around the room, please. Go around the room, please. Thank you.
Against.
Against.
Abstain.
Against.
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 4.
And 4.
And I was against. Hand down.
I'm against.
Councillor Fraser?
Against.
Against. Thank you. All right. An amended recommendation. Have a read of that one.
I'm happy to move that, Chair.
Okay, we'll take questions on this recommendation. Where'd they start? I think, yes, thank you, Councillor Stemp.
Mr Chair, through you, what Robert suggested in terms of having the, shifting this budget across and having the extra line, and if the money isn't spent going to general revenue, I mean, that seemed to be a little bit of an interest in that, but is there any way of putting that up as an option?
Straight up now?
Well, I don't know. I'm just throwing that out there.
Test
Are
it
people
out.
interested in that? Yeah, but if we go to budget, that pushes it back again. Like, I think, isn't this a better option of moving it forward?
Okay, let's go to Mayor Raven.
Same one. If we just clarify, feels like the support is for protecting it for newsletters only, and that's not included in that. I feel if there was another, and then it bounces it to budget. You could almost solve this problem today by isolating it to newsletters, giving councillors some control, and then as part of budget, you can shift it around however you see fit once you're satisfied that the model works, right? This establishes a good model. If you're happy with the model, then you can change it in budget. You could up it, you could down it, you could split it different ways. You could do it, as Councillor Jeremiah suggested, based on population or property numbers or whatever else you wanted to do to make it equitable. But get the model right before budget, because if it goes to budget, you'll just end up having this conversation again in budget.
Agreed. A few more questions. Councillor Jeremiah.
Thank you. This is on a different point. It's on the phrase of item 1, quote, that the coordination, printing and distribution of councillors' newsletters be transferred to the councillors as detailed. I'd like to ask the Director of Governance and Legal representative here whether or not that phrase has been checked, because that inherently implies that operational capability is transferred from the council officers who are in operations to councillors who are expressly not in operations. And by transferring that responsibility, you're transferring what they do, which is coordinate, print and distribute, which would require the direction of council officers, which is expressly not allowed under legislation. I understand the intent of that phrase, but I think we should make sure we get that phrase checked, because the last thing we want to do is pass a motion that isn't in line with the legislation. So, Director of Governance, has that been double checked by your team?
I think the recommendations have been reviewed, Councillor Heremiah. I think the contemplation is that the newsletter would be put together largely by the councillor with support from the councillor's advisor, potentially with some support from line areas from the branch if required.
So you're comfortable with that item?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Lane.
Thanks. So this proposes that Division 2 will have $9,892. No?
No, it pushes financial decisions about how budget is made, and we can get to create that in budget time is where that pushes it to.
Why would we transfer this before we know? Why would we transfer this onto our backs before we know the actual allocated amount? It does not make sense.
Okay.
I'm not voting for something if
No.
my division's missing out.
Murphy?
Can I just also add here, along the lines of Councillor Heremiah, it says transferred to the councillors. It's not going into our pocket. Can we just make that to the councillors' expenses or a line item in the councillors' expenses? Because at the moment it reads like it's coming straight to us, as in we're controlling it in our bank account, which it is definitely not.
It's actually referring to, that first point is not referring to finances, it's referring to the production, the work of it, which is going to the councillors to... Mayor Raven.
So I'm just trying to write an alternative motion that the coordination, printing and distribution of councillor newsletters be transferred to the councillor office's expenses budget as a discrete line item for this purpose only. So that moves it to you as a bubble that can't be, not you, but to your office. As a bubble, it can only be spent for newsletters, which sounded like what you wanted. The second one is what you've got to do work on, to Councillor Lane's point. You don't want this change to take effect until the budget item has been resolved. Is that right? So you're happy to work on the model as long as it doesn't change anything until the budget's confirmed, because you may throw the whole thing out and say, we don't want it at all if we can't do it properly, yeah?
No, because I won't have the opportunity to argue it in the public arena to fight what's fair for my community. So if I say yes to doing this today, and then in the budget process, people go, well, oh, hang on, we actually address all of ours, we have an insert, we get it enveloped, and we're worth more, poppycock. Poppycock, absolutely.
Mayor Raven, can you also work on how the split works? Because that's the other conflict that's getting pushed to budget. If you can include that in a possible motion now, I'm happy to test it.
I've just sent Kylie a copy of what I just said.
Councillor Russell.
Thank you very much. I feel like we have gone way down a rabbit hole. Why do we now suddenly have an issue with whether the money is spent on newsletters or not? I thought that the beginning of this was that councillors wanted different ways to be able to communicate, and now we're suddenly saying, oh, I don't care how much money people get, it's really important that all councillors use newsletters. I don't know how we've somehow gone down this rabbit hole. So what I was raising my hand for earlier is that I have no issue with councillors communicating with their communities in ways other than newsletters. I know that different divisions have got different needs and different preferences. My concern is with Division 3 and potentially other divisions, their residents no longer having access to the same information and communication that they currently do. So none of what we are currently drafting resolves any of my concerns. Thank you.
I'm not sure that we're actually limiting the budget to newsletters, unless that is in the motion. I think we're moving it to communications. Yep, go ahead.
Yeah, mine does say newsletters, but if you want to make it comms, happy to. I think what we're trying to avoid is the purchasing of gift vouchers just before elections to distribute to people using this extra funding. You can purchase gift vouchers and provide them as raffle prizes and all sorts of things. And I think the intention is to not have a big wad of money that could be used for that purpose at any time instead of communication.
Yeah, so communications would be broad enough to allow for a diversity that you're looking for.
So
Instead of
happy to
newsletters.
lock it to communications rather than just newsletters? Or test that idea, because you're not the decision maker, we all are, but to test that motion. Well, we're trying to wordsmith a motion on the fly, which is everyone's favourite activity.
Mayor Raven, do you want to work on a split to add to the motion to try and get Hollis Bolus? Awesome, thank you. I love that you can work on that and be part of the conversation. It's amazing. Give us a minute.
Carly, I'm just going to edit one of those as I go.
Councillor Jackson, if we don't make a decision in this next bit, do you want to take a 10-minute pause? Do you want to, if we don't get a decision, do you want to take a 10-minute pause so we can wordsmith it? Thanks. Yeah, cool.
Okay, we might adjourn for lunch and we'll come back with an alternative motion. Half an hour. We're halfway through the agenda. Let's go to lunch. It's been moved and seconded. All those in favour of going to lunch? Moved by Castle Lane, seconded by the man.
Can we do 15? Is that 30?
Happy? If you can eat that fast.
Until 1 p.m.
Till 1 p.m. Come back at 1 p.m. All those in favour? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's been carried. Do we need to go around the room? Sorry, need to go around the room for that. Thank you. Councillor Lane.
4.
4.
4 as long as that motion's 1 p.m. somewhere. Thank you. I've got a nod.
Abstain, I don't need lunch.
Against.
Against.
4. 4.
4.
I was for. Councillor Fraser, how do you vote?
Against.
Against. Thank you. It's been carried. No, taken lodge. All right, I need a mover to say we're coming out of adjournment. It's Councillor Stamp and seconded by Councillor Wilcox. All those in favour of coming out of adjournment? Councillor Fraser, how do you vote? Thank you, that's been carried unanimously. So we're back into discussion on the new recommendation for item 6.5. Just noting that from the previous, that the two items have been switched around, so the second one is dependent on the first one. Mayor Raven? Yeah, sorry, I'll do that. That the budget for printing, production and distribution of councillors' newsletters or related communications be considered at a future special budget committee meeting as a public report. Point 2, that upon the adoption of the 26-27 budget, inclusive of the budget deliberations as outlined in clause 1, the coordination, production and distribution of council newsletters be undertaken by the councillor's office with support from the relevant branch. Mayor Raven.
So the last 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 words is the staff sought clarification on this as to how much support, because my understanding from the conversation is that councillors want control back over their newsletters and don't want to have to run them past the offices other than for like the basic risk assessment and typo support. So I don't know if councillors are comfortable with the way it is, if they want to remove the relevant branch. It was mainly to address Councillor Heremeyer's valid point that council officers on their own can't produce anything theoretically, because we would need to always send it to some other part of the organisation to support us. But it's just whether or not you want to clarify what level of support you're seeking from the branch.
Happy. Does it need to be stated though if that has to happen anyway? If
I
that's
personally don't think so. I was just
business as usual?
I was trying to appease Councillor Hermeyer.
Yeah.
Sorry. Does having that, Councillor Hermeyer, because that is specifically for your point, does having that in there change your vote, that last section about with support of the relevant, from the relevant branch?
No, it doesn't necessarily change my vote. I just wanted the lawyer to make sure it's kosher.
Okay. And so if Robert / Cherie are comfortable that you don't need that in there because that's BAU, that we can't do anything without support of a branch, then you're comfortable with it being removed?
I'm happy to defer to whatever governance thinks is the right thing to do. The specific issue that I saw was the statement of transferring, because the officers were operating in a solely operational capability and you're transferring that. So it looks like that word has changed, and it seems like Robert's team has reviewed and checked this item. So that's all I was asking.
Thank you. I'll just get Kim to give a mention as to why she would like it removed.
My preference would be for the last few words to be removed, because this is about giving councillors control. We are in a business as usual, happy to assist where we're requested to assist, but principally you're wanting to take control of all aspects of your newsletters, so I'd like it to as closely reflect that as possible in the recommendation.
Councillor Lane.
Thanks very much. Forward in the policy review documents, it actually talks about adhering to council's standards and council's frameworks, if you like. So I think having it in there is probably an important part of this. Otherwise, I'll be rejecting that further down the track because it won't apply to any of the information that we're putting out. It's in one of the policy documents. So I'm just cautious that we don't want to go against a policy that we have yet to vote on.
Councillor Heremey.
Thank you, and I don't want to wordsmith, but just to give my perspective on some things that was said. It was stated that councillors take over all things to do with distributing a newsletter. I'm not in support of that. I'm not in support of councillors signing a contract with a printer to print something. I'm not in support of councillors transferring council money to a distributor to distribute something. We still need checks and balances. We still need the same system that ensures that councillors put in the appropriate area of the organisation to make sure we're following the law. So just to make that sentiment known and put on record, that's my view, and I think we shouldn't be transferring everything to do with councillor newsletters as was previously stated by the council officer.
Mayor Raven.
Valid point. So just in consideration of that, is the GM for corporate governance behind me? So with Mark, would this be, how would this work in practice, which is essentially Councillor Heremeyer's, like the undertone? Would this work like the rest of councillor office expenses where the councillor is expected to pay for it, then be reimbursed, assuming it meets the policy expectations? Like, would we, and you can do a pre-check to make sure that your expenditure will meet that if you're concerned that it might not come back?
Through the chair, could either be done as a reimbursement or a purchase order could be raised in terms and then payment of an invoice.
So that's avoiding the situation where a councillor could, one way or the other, misappropriate funds either deliberately or accidentally, because you're still going to go through that procurement process with corporate governance. Is that right?
That's correct.
Councillor Lane.
Another slippery slope to go down is we just signed off on a contracting plan, and in it, it actually has processes by which we undertake contracting for different jobs and the requirements, the principles, and this would fly in the face of them, just saying.
All right, let's put this amended motion to the floor. Mayor Raven, you're moving this motion?
I am.
Someone to second? Councillor Stemp, all those in favour? We'll go around the room, please.
Against?
Abstain.
For.
For.
Abstaining, this is a hot mess right now.
Against.
Abstain with a reason, as was conveniently said before, how I haven't done a newsletter. It's because I don't think my community, think it's a good spend of money. So if I was going to do one, I would pay for it myself.
For.
And that was 4. Councillor Fraser, how do you vote?
Against.
And I'm stuck with a casting vote. Yes, what will he do? Not present at the moment, and she's given notice. The big decisions. I shall vote against this one, and yeah, I know. 2 split. I would love to have concluded that one, but nevertheless. That is Mayor Raven.
Sorry, point of order. Doesn't the casting vote go with the vote of the chair? You don't. Remember, we had this problem. Yeah, it goes with. No, the chair. Yeah. Because I had the same issue during ordinary council when we were voting on the LGAQ feedback, where
we shall go to legal counsel.
Through you, Mr. Chair, no, I'm of the view that the chair can change their vote on a casting vote.
All right, done. So would you like to put up another motion, or is there another alternative you want to do, or this just fails? Yep.
So you can't just lose a motion, you must make a decision, even if the decision is to receive the report or something else.
So we need another motion, either to defer or to do something else. Councillor Lane.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My thing would be to defer to a future City Governance Committee meeting, and that we again explore opportunities rather than playing this out the way that we have today.
Councillor Hall.
I'd like to foreshadow a motion that we just receive the report, but take no further action.
Anyone else have a preference for what we do next? Councillor St Ledger.
like what Councillor Lane said, have it deferred, and when it comes back to a future governance committee, if we can have a bit more clarity around those financial numbers on matters we discussed today.
Councillor Lane, you happy to move that we defer to a future governance committee? Thank you. That's on the board. Someone to second that? Councillor St Ledger, all those in favour? How do you vote, Councillor Fraser?
To defer, 4.
Thank you. We go around the room, please.
4. 4.
4.
Against?
Against.
4.
Against.
Abstain with a reason, please. I'd like to know when.
Against.
I was for. We have a decision. We've made a decision to not make a decision until another time. So it's been deferred to Governance Committee. That was a loss of a couple of hours of your life. And now we're going to go into round 2 with recommendations on our Logan.
Okay. Corporate Communications has considered alternative options for Our Logan magazine to try and identify efficiencies and also ensure the most effective communication channels are being used to reach the Logan community. So the current situation is we produce 4 editions of Our Logan magazine at a printing and distribution cost of around $81,000 per year. We print around 23,000 copies, which are available for collection at various locations around the city, including shopping centres, libraries, aged care, etc. There are a number of challenges, including rising printing and distribution costs. The magazine has a limited audience reach. It's very resource intensive to produce a 32-page magazine, and it has a very long lead time. So we're proposing an alternative idea which would significantly increase our audience reach and also reduce our costs by about $45,000 a year. So we're recommending that we stop printing the printed Our Logan magazine, and we would like to replace it with a quarterly Our Logan newsletter, which would be inserted in the rates notice. This newsletter would also be available for pickup at various locations across the city. In addition to the quarterly newsletter, we would like to refocus our resources on creating more timely online content for Our Logan website. We have attached to the report also a mock-up of what the newsletter could look like. We do see a number of benefits for this change. We would increase our audience reach from 23,000 to over 137,000. It's more cost efficient, reducing costs from around $81,000 a year to $36,000 a year, so that's a saving of $45,000. Printed copies would also be made available at council facilities and aged care and health facilities to ensure it's accessible for people who aren't online and also renters. So that would ensure we're also reaching elderly people who aren't online. It will be sent out as a PDF as well with the email rates notice, so it would be inside the printed rates but also a PDF attachment with the email rates. It would maintain a mix of print and online communication channels, and it will allow us to focus our resources on creating more online content for the Our Logan website. And the benefit of online content is that it's shareable on our social media channels. It's also searchable on Google and AI and can be translated. Happy to take questions.
Councillor Lane.
Thanks very much through you, Mr Chair. Thanks very much for the report, and I know that we've called for some options in relation to the Our Logan magazine. At present, Our Logan magazine affords Division 2 the opportunity to update the community on what's happening there, and the draft document doesn't. I like the idea of, well, no, actually I don't, I'm just fibbing, I'm trying to be nice. Half of my division will not receive a newsletter at all. So 50.1% of my area is rentals. They don't receive rates notices at all. And it would be very unfair for them to not receive anything. We're proposing to put 275 flyers in an area where 6,000 people approximately will go without a notice on what's going on. And even then, the places that we're talking about putting them is not a place where people regularly go in the community. So we've got hubs in the area like Lakota, Amputees, Gould Adams Community Centre, Multi-Hub and Elders, and none of those are listed here. Instead, we've got Mays Cottage, the Logan Art Gallery and Gould Adams Aquatic Centre. Oh, and the Council Administration Centre, pardon me. So if you don't pay your rates and you don't have a dog, you don't come to the admin centre. I just think that this makes a lot of people in my community miss out on the opportunity to read this newsletter. The newsletter will be a citywide, and councillors don't appear to be an option to appear in it. So I don't think I can support this one today, but thank you.
Thank you.
Happy for you to respond to some elements of that.
Thank you, Councillor Lane. Through the chair, our desire to insert this into the rates notice is that it will increase our reach from the magazine, which is currently 23,000, to over 137,000 people across the city. Just to provide some context, with the 23,000 copies of the magazine, there are actually very small quantities of the magazine in each division. So it's currently has a very limited reach. So by inserting it into the rates notice, that's a significant audience reach. We will also still be able to make it available to renters or people who aren't online by having it available at various points across the city, excluding shopping centres. We don't feel that this format would be suitable for shopping centres. We'll also be increasing our online content, which is more shareable and searchable on AI and Google. We have a very young demographic in Logan, so it's important we're on the channels where our community is. Most people are getting their news now online on their mobile phones. So by increasing our focus on online content, we'll be meeting a large number of the population, but the reach for the printed newsletter too will also be a lot greater than the current magazine. Thank you.
Kim.
I might just remind councillors we had much greater reach with the publication. It was last year during budget that we were asked to significantly reduce the distribution costs, and this is what councillors asked us to do last year. So if you'd like to change the distribution, of course, you're welcome to provide this feedback, but what we currently have was based on the recommendations out of budget last year.
Councillor Stamp.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Look, do we have any figures about, like, so for example, the magazine goes to my local shopping centre. I walk past it probably 2 or 3 times a week. I see the numbers go down, I see them fill up, I see them go down. I'd like to understand how many are left over at the end of the cycle. Have you got figures on that, please?
Yes, through the chair, out of the 23,000 magazines that we print, around 16,000 dropped at shopping centres, and we do an initial drop and then that gets topped up about a few times, but we dispose of probably around 10% of the ones that are at shopping centres. So for the last run it was around 1,500 copies. So it's important to remember we are talking still a very limited audience reach with this magazine. Even the total reach is only 23,000 copies. By having a citywide newsletter inserted into the rates, that people are going to be opening it with their rates notice, so they're more likely to read it. The aim of this is also to help our ratepayers understand where their rates go by featuring stories about council services, council's initiatives and major projects. We really think it will help lift the value for money awareness around where rates go. But also the councillor divisional newsletters will still continue, and that will be reaching all constituents in all your divisions, and we still think that is a very effective way to be reaching everyone in the division. This is a way we can reach a bigger audience, save money, and also increase the value perception around rates.
Mayor Raven.
Thank you. My hand went up when Councillor Lane was talking about her renters missing out. At the moment, your renters are missing out because there's only 23,000 copies for the entire city, and hardly anyone is getting that out of the 400,000 people who live here. It's assuming every one of those who picks it up is a renter. That's less than 5% of your renters that might have access to this. It is a big assumption. I'm actually making the assumption in your favour too. So it's probably less than 1% of your renters that are getting access to the magazine currently. So they're not missing out on anything because they're currently not getting it. And that is the biggest problem. And Kim spoke to it, but councillors will remember that when we made the change and we were looking at ways to save money, we kept the most expensive part of our Logan, which is producing it, which requires staff time, printing, all of these other things. And the part that we got rid of was the people who got to see it. So we kept spending a lot of money producing an expensive glossy document that less people see. It was, so while yes, it did reduce the budget spent on our Logan, it also drastically reduced the reach. And so now you've got a white elephant. You've got a beautiful glossy magazine that goes to hardly anyone. And the question is, why would we spend money on a document that no one sees? If an Our Logan falls in the forest and no one reads it, did it even fall at all? Becomes the question. But to answer your concerns around where would this newsletter go to make it more accessible, I think they're valid where you said they're only going to very specific locations. I agree they shouldn't be in shopping centres as a little fold-out thing, but to community centres like Lakota and other places where community goes all the time, and libraries, I think that's perfect. The difference between this and your newsletter and Our Logan is that it would be, because it is being sent out in the rates, it's talking to ratepayers about what their money gets spent on. Because we have a huge issue, and I know that you all see it on social media just like I do, where people have no idea what their rates pay for. It's not because they've never been taught, it's because they forget. And no one's sitting there saying, hey, we did this and this and this for you this quarter. And this is the value that you got returned. And that means that they can't provide us feedback on the services they want because they have a very limited understanding of what services we provide. And that's on us because we're not communicating about that very often. We do it once a year around budget and then we ignore it the rest of the time. I think if we can talk about it more often, it's of interest to ratepayers specifically, but if we make it available in as many community-based locations as possible so that renters still get access to it, I think that's got value as well, because renters often use those services and they fund them indirectly through their rents, subsidising or paying for rates entirely of their landlord. So I think it's a great idea, and I think communicating more with the information we've got is always good. What we did was we kept creating information and communicated less, which is just, it made no sense to me at the time, and I'm hoping we can correct that now.
Councillor St Ledger.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Are we going, so the idea of going digital gives people more access. If you ever see my lovely mother and her sisters get together, it's like an Apple iPad convention. You know, they're running around taking photos and stuff with them. My point of that is, can we do a bit of education around it just to educate the community and get some stuff out there so we can let people know how to access and find the information quicker and easier? And I think that'd be a really good option for all demographics, young and old, to know where the information is, how to access it. Seems to make sense. With the drop-off points, there's a couple there that I can see amiss. I'm happy to talk about those offline. Like, is there adjustment in numbers and different things of the physical copies that we'll be able to drop at those areas?
Through the chair, yes, we'd be more than happy to look at the distribution points that we have included and add some to those. We'd like to remove shopping centres though, because we don't think that would be effective there. And we also have our Logan e-newsletter as well that goes out to around, I think, 7,500 people.
Yeah, excellent. I just noticed there's a new over 50s village that's come online out at Logan Village that's not on the list, so just a couple of those. I'm happy to discuss that later, but I think we can get some education around the use of how to access the digital version of all our communications. I think that'll go a long
Happy
way
to do that.
to helping improve it.
Councillor Wilcox.
Thank you. I love promoting the Our Logan when it comes out, and I normally take a very random photo of the Our Logan somewhere where I've travelled, and then I always try and put in the link about how to get the flip book, because I love the fact that we actually finally got the flip book with the noise of turning the page and stuff like that. I love it. Not that I read it online, I actually much prefer a hard copy sitting in front of me. That's just me though. But I do know, and I got the figures off you. So we dropped 23,000 copies into shopping centres. Or 23,000 copies, sorry, are printed, just over 16,000 are placed in shopping centres. Just over, nearly 15,000 of those are picked up and 1,500 are disposed of. I think they're actually really good figures. However, when you look at where they're dropped off in shopping centres, I think it could be done better, and I've said this the whole way through. I hate those black boxes. I was actually at Parkridge the other day. I was going into the post office and I saw them in a new spot outside Cafe 63, but you actually couldn't see the Our Logan, and I actually took a photo of it because I was shocked. You couldn't see the Our Logan because there was 4 different publications sitting on top of it, which I know you can't manage, and that sort of thing. But I was really shocked. There were 4 different other publications sitting, the ones that are out now. I can't remember their names. I've got a photo of it. Yeah, I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. Yes, I'm not. But anyway, I think they're still good figures. So for me, like, if we're only disposing of 1,500, that's very minimal. So I think for me, I would still like to keep those printed copies. But again, I think we need to do them better. I would prefer the wire baskets so you can see through them. It seems to me that they constantly move them. It's a bit bizarre when you're in shopping centres. Like, I know where they are in 2 of my shopping centres, but not the other 2. They seem to go missing and stuff like that. I love promoting it. I don't want to see it go completely, because I think then we lose that connection point. But if we can do it better in the shopping centres, I think we would get a much more better take-up.
Thank you, Councillor Wilcox. Through the chair, we can certainly look at where it is in the shopping centres to make any improvements there. However, I guess what we're looking for is quite a seismic change in our distribution audience reach. So currently 23,000 with very low numbers in each of your divisions. It's just not reaching our community. So we've thought, well, what is the smartest and most efficient way we can reach the most number of people in our community? Now, to send this type of thing to every household in Logan would cost upwards of $300,000 if we did it to all households every quarter. But by being clever and inserting it into the rates notice, that's only an extra $1,000 for us to put one of these into the rates notice every quarter. We're going to be reaching more than 137,000 people. And that includes a mix of different demographics. However, we understand that we do still need to have a mix of communication channels, not just print. We have to really boost our efforts in our online space. That's where our young residents and audience is. They're online. People read their news now on their mobile phone. So by not having to put our resources into a 32-page magazine every quarter. We're not in the business of magazine publishing. That's councils, we're not in the business of that. So we can save money, reach more people, and boost our online content really well, and that the benefits of that is this content would be shareable, searchable on AI and Google, and it's also translatable on our website too for our multicultural community. To me, this makes smart sense. It's a more efficient use of our budget, saving $45,000 a year, but we're reaching many more people in our community. Thank you.
Ms. Bryant.
I was just going to comment on Councillor Wilcox. We have lots of constraints with shopping centres. We are in the hands of the shopping centres. They tell us what they'll accept in terms of the how they're managed in terms of the actual, what do you call them, stand. So I know Natalie has done lots of research, but we're governed by them. So we will try and negotiate further. However, we're constrained.
Councillor Hall.
Okay, so what that will be will not be a magazine. Okay, so this would be an end of an era for Logan City Council. We would no longer have a magazine. Something like that would work, but it's not our Logan. Something like that would work if it was just a rate specific kind of letter, and it's just about exactly where your rates go. Like, that's a good idea. I like the idea of that, but that's not our Logan. That's not what our Logan is about. Our Logan is about our community. Where would you put, a story about the rural volunteer firefighters in something like that? Well, you can put it in your newsletter, but our Logan was about what was happening in our community, our story. There's just as many stories about the community as there is about what's happening in council. And the fact is, look, if we're losing our way on how to distribute a magazine, well, maybe we need to partner with someone who knows how to do it and be an insert in their magazine. Because then you'd get your distribution. They would manage all that. All we have to do is make the content and they'll distribute it. That's half the equation taken away. So we've partnered with different businesses in other things. Why can't we partner with a local paper, with a local business in Logan? That's the question I'd ask to you. Why can't we partner with a local business already doing this, knows what to do, does the deadline, and our content would just be delivered as an insert, and then it would go to the same people we want to get to.
Through the chair, thank you, councillor. My City Logan already does a number of community magazines, so that could potentially be a double up. You're right, it would be the end of an era, and that is what we are looking to bring about, because we don't feel that it's an effective way to communicate with our community in the current distribution method. We're only reaching 23,000. We want to reach 137,000. The stories about the community we can still feature on our Logan website. The stories that we want to feature in this proposed new newsletter would be stories about council services and also council initiatives, major projects, so things like important information for the community, like getting ready for extreme weather, where you can beat the heat at council's water play parks. We could have news bites, we could have a what's on section. So we feel this would be all information that the community would really want to know about. It is a different type of content to what's currently in the magazine, but the current magazine we feel has a bit of an identity crisis. And we can still tell those great stories about the community online, and we feel this type of content would be more appropriate for the newsletter inserted into the rates notice. Thank you.
Councillor Harrimeyer.
Thank you. And similar to what Councillor Hall mentioned, I agree that this is a fundamentally different product than what our Logan is currently and what it has been in the past. And it's okay to have different products, but they should be tailored to different environments. So I think it's brilliant to add some extra information in the rates notice, while the benefit of a rates notice, especially a printed one, is that you can customise that information. So the ATO, I remember, I saw it a few years ago, I don't know if they still do it, but they provided a breakdown of your tax return and where the federal government spent that money. This much on healthcare, this much on defence, this much on infrastructure, and that was directly linked with your income tax payable for the year because they had that data. So if we can investigate doing that and showing this is the property that you own, you paid $1,000 in this rates bill cycle, this is council's cash flow statement, and this is where this is expected to go. Almost like it's an invoice explaining where ratepayers' money goes. On top of that, if we have that address that we have to identify to link the rates notice to, we can deliver specific stories about what council has done in that neighbourhood. So, for example, you can say a road resurfacing 2 kilometres away from your house instead of talking about a road resurfacing an hour away on the other side of the city. So I think that this is exciting. I really liked what you mentioned before about increasing reach and being smart with the finances, but this is a new product and it should be tailored to its new environment of being in the rates bill. And then for the libraries and the community facilities, that can be another type of product that is suited for that environment. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thanks, Kim.
I just wanted to remind councillors we currently do a special budget newsletter, and that budget newsletter does have a lot of the breakdown information which you've found helpful and make that comparison. So it is a good suggestion. Thank you, Councillor Herriman.
That's all good. And to add to that, the reason why this has the ability to be a really great addition is because it's personalised. It's a lot more interesting to see how much money your rates were and where your money went than seeing a general breakdown of council's income statement, which is a bit alienated from an individual circumstance. The reason why people would be interested is because it's about their money, their bill, and seeing where their money went. Whereas our budget newsletter doesn't have that ability because we're not linked to individual addresses and individual rates notices. We can just describe that, council collected $600 million in cash flow this year. That's a good thing to know, but this has the ability to personalise that and explain it to an address level, which is its real value.
Thank you, Councillor, through the chair. I think what we're proposing is to continue with the budget newsletter, as Kim mentioned. I don't think it's what you're suggesting, but it would be along the similar lines of the current budget newsletter. So it would give a breakdown of where your rates go. But for the other 3 newsletters, we're proposing something like this, which is more about general council services and initiatives, but the budget newsletter would still occur at budget time. Thank you.
At a council level, not at an individual address level, councillor.
Councillor St Ledger.
Thank you. Your team mentioned earlier, so not as a trade-off, but effectively the team will then be working on more digital content to get out to residents as well. So there'll be more content going out more regularly, so which will come back to the first point I made earlier about just making sure the community knows where to access that and to be able to do that. With the actual letters themselves, will they be something just put together by the branch, or will there be input from councillors around those, which probably makes you go on 12 more inputs? So I understand that just as a question. And while we didn't come to a decision previously, in a hypothetical sense, should we end up with a communications budget, there'd be nothing stopping us actually sending our newsletter out with a printed copy of this to our entire division, would there? In a hypothetical sense.
Through the chair, the councillor newsletters would continue to be distributed to the divisions as normal. Not with this. This would be inserted into the rates notice. And was your other question around who would prepare this?
Yeah,
It would
just
be
if there'll be any
up to-
councillor input, and just in a hypothetical sense with the newsletters, should that structure change, would there be an option as councillors to then add this if I was hypothetically doing a mail out to my entire division with a newsletter, that I could actually also send this brochure as well to reduce cost and a little bit to what Councillor Lane was saying, that every household can get it.
Yeah, through the chair, if we were to try and send it with the council newsletters, you would have to send it all as addressed mail because you'd need an envelope and you'd need to pack them in together, which would be much more expensive.
Councillor Murphy.
Thank you. Through the chair, in the interest of time, I think this is fantastic and I'm happy to move the recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor Murphy. Councillor Bradley.
Thank you. I'm happy to second that. I was actually going to say I'm happy to move it, but I just want to say I was here when the magazine was first started, and the whole objective of the magazine has gone now because it was done at a time where the newspapers, our local newspapers, which are effectively non-existent now, were absolutely smashing us as a council. So the communication from the organisation to constituents was the whole objective of the magazine, and also from the divisional councillors. But I think the times have changed and we need to move on. So happy to second it.
Councillor Bannon.
With the risk of sounding positive, I agree totally. I'll third it. And I think it's about time we moved on. It was 6 times the audience. We saved money. Let's just, yep. Absolutely.
Councillor Russell.
I see very little point in contributing at this stage, so I will quietly walk away.
Final speaker, Councillor Hall.
Guys, look, this is just one more thing where people would learn who their councillor is taken away. Okay, so in the Our Logan, we would have individual places for each divisional councillor. The resident would, if they were new to the area, would if they didn't get their letter, they would learn who the area council is, what they're doing, and that's going to be taken away from this. You're not gonna have a page in this. All right, understand that. It's one more thing taken away from you communicating with your residents.
Magnets are good though. You want the last shot? Go for it, Mayor.
No, it's okay. No, just vote for it.
All right, we are moving the
You have a newsletter.
PowerPoint. Thank you. Hey, thanks for that. PowerPoint tabled. Murphy and Bannon. All in. You're calling this now. All in favour. Teresa, we're tabling. Councillor Fraser, how do you vote? Thank you. And now the recommendation moved by Councillor Murphy, seconded by Councillor Bradley. All those in favour? We go around the room. Thank you.
For.
Against.
A sad 4.
For.
I'm abstaining. There was only one option in this. There should have been more options. There should have been different pathways that we could take, and I'm sad that there's only one way we can go, so I'm abstaining.
For. Happy for.
I'm abstaining with a reason. I'll send this through to the meetings team. I do know that the majority of our Logans dropped at my shopping centres are collected by those who want to hear what is happening in Logan, and we haven't asked the greater community if or how they would like to receive information about Logan from council, so I can't make a decision today.
I'll abstain with a reason. I would have liked to have seen more options as well.
4.
I was 4. And Councillor Fraser? We're good? Okay. Carried. Thank you very much, team. Thank you so much, Kim, Michelle. Thank you. Sorry, while we still have you here, Kim, does anyone have any GB for the General Manager? No, and she doesn't have any for us. We leap over the page. Welcome back.
Thank
you. Policy Task Force Phase 5. Thank you, Emily.
Thank you, Chair. Good
Sorry,
afternoon.
just to tell you how we're going to go. We're going to, Emily's going to give an overview, and then we'll go one by one, questioning each policy one at a time. So get ready for your questions.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Mayor and Councillors. I'm here today to seek Council's endorsement of Phase 5 policy of the policy modernisation project. So I'm conscious of the length of today's committee agenda, so there's no presentation, but I'd like to take a few moments to outline what's before you. So at its heart, policy modernisation has been about making things clearer and simpler for the community, for councillors and for staff. It's been about ensuring our policies are easy to find, easy to understand and fit for the way that council operates now and into the future. So the approach we've taken throughout this project aligns council with modern Australian regulatory standards. It moves us towards a principle-based framework with prescription retained where it's genuinely needed. So that gives us clarity, it gives us consistency without the unnecessary complexity. So with Phase 5 policy coming to council today, this body of work is complete. We set ourselves an ambitious timeframe of 6 months to review and modernise all of the 219 council policies that had been in existence since 2017. I'm proud to say that that was achieved on target, on schedule. So in doing so, we've rationalised 219 policies into 40 new and contemporary policies. The result, I believe, is a much more coherent and accessible framework that will support good decision-making and strong governance well into the future. For this phase, as with earlier phases, we recognise that there's no one single way to frame policy or approach policy, and that councillors quite properly bring a range of diverse and different views and perspectives to the discussion. So that diversity of views has been really important, in strengthening the policy suite that's before you today. To ensure that those perspectives were heard, councillors were engaged throughout the entire project, but in Phase 5 this included the policy advisory group consultation, a couple of informal council meetings as well as sort of email correspondence. So in many cases the engagement supported how policies were framed ultimately, where prescription was retained and where additional safeguards or clarity were included. So there are a number of policies before you today, an advertising and communications policy that modernises council's approach. It's a reduction of 8 policies into 2. A community grants policy that brings 2 legacy policies together and provides more streamlined and transparent grants framework. A refreshed beneficial enterprises policy that carries across council's management of beneficial enterprises in a way that's transparent and accountable. A refreshed decision-making in the public interest policy, which supports councillors in their important decision-making role and also strengthens the emphasis that on the organisation's complementary obligations in this area. An information privacy policy, again a consolidation of 2 existing policies, a modernised councillor expenses and facilities policy designed to reflect contemporary needs and practices to support councillors in exercising their duties and responsibilities. A health, safety and wellbeing policy which has been modernised and heavily supported by inputs from staff consultation. A general rates and charges, exemptions and concessions policy. This is a replacement of 3 separate policies into one single one, ensuring fairness, consistency and transparency. And finally, my apologies, that the repeal of 26 legacy policies that no longer serve a practical purpose in the current context. So just in summing up, following today, we have a 6-month post-adoption review of the full policy suite, which will allow us to make any necessary adjustments quickly. The 6-month review is a deliberate safeguard that we have built in place. It allows council to see how these new policies operate in practice, hear feedback and make any adjustments really quickly where needed. So endorsement today of Phase 5 policy doesn't close the door, but it keeps council firmly in control as they head forward. So we've also been really careful to ensure that essential procedural detail hasn't been lost and that public-facing information is improved or maintained. So as this phase marks the conclusion of the project, I'd like to sincerely thank councillors and colleagues across the organisation for their time, input and engagement on this piece of work, as well as, of course, the Policy Taskforce team, Doug and Kylie, who worked really tirelessly on this project. This has been a really significant piece of work, the first policy review since 2017, and it's been achieved through genuine collaboration. So thank you, councillors. My colleagues and I are happy to take any questions.
So we'll start with advertising policy. Questions? We'll go through each of the policies. Sure, go for it.
Thank you, sorry, because I'm mindful of the time. I don't want to take up lots of time talking. Can I just ask, please, a specific question in relation to the policies that no longer apply for this date and time? Which part of the recommendation are they falling in? What number?
Through the chair, are you referring, Councillor Bradley, to the 26 policies that will be repealed?
26, sorry.
Sorry, through the chair, do you have a specific policy that you want to?
No, I just want to know where in the recommendation it refers to the 26 policies that have been repealed.
I think there are specific recommendations repealing various old policies.
Yeah.
Sorry, through the chair, I can answer that. I believe it's it's recommendations 28 through to 30.
28 to 30. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Councillor Hall. Microphone, please, Councillor Hall. We're missing out.
Oh, sorry. Okay, on page 325 of definitions, which is page 2 for work-related violence and aggression policy.
We're just doing advertising. We'll just go through one at a time.
Okay.
Is that okay?
All right.
Just so we can sort of clear them out. Does anyone have any questions around advertising policy? No? Anyone have questions on the communications policy? Councillor Lane?
Sorry, Mr Chair. The communications, its policy statement says residents in Logan City knowing when and how council will consult them and when council needs to make decisions on their behalf. Where is that in the policy? It's in the community engagement statement, and it says policy at the top, but I didn't find it in the actual document itself. The other thing is the communication strategy is based on a, God, I had this written down, I've lost it because we're just moving too quickly. Normally we don't move this quickly. It's based on communication strategies done by some federal or national organisation that says how best to communicate with your community. And I think it's a thing that we adhere to as part of our communication strategy, but it doesn't detail, like, if there's a good example is if a road needs to be closed, do we consult with the immediate people around or do we consult with the whole community? No one knows how we do our consultations or what triggers those consultations, and this policy doesn't articulate that. So is there a set of reasons why we would communicate with the community about things that council's doing, or are we not obligated, so therefore we don't have a list of them? Does that make sense? I hope it does.
Thank you, Councillor Lane. And through the chair, I guess I'll talk generally to the approach with policy. I may need to throw this one to Michelle for input as well, but the policy is intentionally non-specific as to particular situations that may arise, and it sets a broad set of guardrails. Some of the detail may lie in background procedures, so some of that operational detail may lie there. Does that sort of answer your question, or would you like more specific?
No. Again, these are, and the problem that I have with policy was that they seem like motherhood statements without the nuts and bolts and the nitty gritty. And it's nitty gritty that community actually want to find out what it is, if that makes sense. So when we're looking at consulting on something, when that communication strategy comes in that says, we've got a Logan plan, we need to communicate with the community and this is how we do it on these platforms. We don't have that across the board for different things at all. We don't have a document that references it. It's part of a procedures, which is hidden away in the background, and people just don't understand how council operates. That's the problem that I have with some of the policies that are being raised today.
So the question is not about the policy so much as the procedure it's pointing to and how to access that. Similar to most of the policies that we've done, right? Is that we want to see those public-facing procedures accessible.
We're basing this off something called IAP, and its mission is to promote and advance public participation, community engagement globally through targeted initiatives that are guided by culturally adaptive standards of practice and core values, blah, 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 blah. What does that even mean? Nobody understands it, so... Do you know the answer to this?
Go for Mayor Raven.
We voted on the community engagement framework last month, which had all the detail that you're talking about in there, including the definition for IAPT and all that sort of stuff. So I know. But yeah, it's an international standard for engagement. But, and for most policies, you won't get to vote on them though. And that's probably what I think you're getting at. Whereas on the community engagement one, we did vote on it because it is so community facing. You want it to be very clear. And the ongoing conversation around this is which ones should be published as like procedures, because we want to know when they change and how do we get updated, and probably a second set of work that goes into the background on this, because you're right, the principles-based motherhood statements that say you shall not go outside these lines, but as long as you're within them, you can do a lot of good things.
But we're going to stop you just in case, or we're not going to inform you, or we're not going to do this. Like, people's frustrations with council is that these overarching policy statements don't define what they can and can't do in the community, and that's a problem.
But the procedures should. So do we have any for public-facing ones of those?
Through the chair, I understand for this one there are a number of public-facing procedures that are published in relation to this. I'm just seeking advice on that. Now, there appear to be a community engagement procedure, and a range of other procedures that are associated that are published through Council's website and are fully transparent. So I would just note those as supporting documents to this overarching policy.
No worries. The other thing is on page 176, 178, 180, it has advertising and council publications. That's still part of the communications? Still part of the communications policy? Yep, good. So council accepts paid advertising from internal and external parties for its various publications, mail outs, electronic media channels, social media, signage, digital platforms which inform and educate community about issues, events and projects that council considers are in the public interest. I haven't seen any figures relating to what we make off that, and in the interest of transparency, I don't know if anyone else does. Is it going to be written into the policy that will be put in as a separate line item where businesses and other organisations can pay council to advertise? Oh. I read my documents, I ask the questions. Item 3, Robert.
Can I ask you to repeat? Are you referring to the old policy or the new policy? Page 180, which is advertising at council publications, or the section in the new policy?
Yeah, page 180. Item 3.
Page 180, item 3, policy statement. Are you talking about the policy statement in the old policy, Councillor Lane?
I'm given a bunch of documents and it says read it, I've read it, and I'm asking a question. I don't know whether it's the old policy or the new policy. All I know is it's following on from page 178. I read it and I had a question. If you want an old policy, you should put big old policy in big red things so that I don't waste my time reading it, like fair income.
Through the chair.
Is it the old policy, Robert?
The page 180 that I've got in my agenda is the old policy. which follows the
that one?
updated policy. Yes, that's correct. It's the old policy.
Item 3.5 in the new policy,
Then
if
I
you
give
go back
up.
a couple of pages. Kim, did you want to make a
I
comment?
just wasted hours.
Thank you.
I can see the section that councillor Lane is referring to, and we have made provision, but it's very rare, and it's been many, many years since we have been approached about getting paid advertising. If we were to receive paid advertising, it would be reflected as revenue in our financial statements.
Councillor Wilcox.
Thank you. I agree with Councillor Lyon. It was hard to follow in parts because bits were at the front and then bits are at the back, and it was a bit messy until I actually got into the flow of reading it. So I do agree. But I just want to make this very clear, because thank you to Robert for answering so many of my questions overnight. The communications policy here, it is specifically for the organisation and not for the elected members, isn't it?
Through the chair, that is correct. This policy guides Logan City Council's approach to these matters.
Thanks. I'm fine with that for that one.
Mayor Raven, did you have another question or just?
No, I was just clarifying on
Thank
Councillor
you.
Lane's question.
No worries. No more questions on communication policy. Ready to move to the next one, which is community grants policy. Any questions for community grants? Councillor Wilcox.
Thank you. For this one, I did ask questions just to be clear and transparent for everyone. Because we're talking about grants coming up as well, do we need to do the policy first, then the procedure, or procedure first, then policy? So I did get it clarified that yes, we need to do the policy first, and then we will talk about the procedure in 6.6, I think it is, or whatever it is. But I did just wanted to question, with organisations to keep funds under $500 or under 50% of the grant, I err on the side of caution of this one. With governance around acquittals for grants, if we are having applications come through from organisations that are after grants, they should know how much they're applying for. For me, $500 remaining does not sit well at all. I think it should be basically under 100. I'd like it under 50. And I know that it's time consuming for staff, but if they've got $500 remaining, they should be looking to spend it somewhere else in their grant if they haven't spent it all. It does not sit well with me at all. I'm just making that one very clear.
Anyone wanted to speak to that? Yep, go for it.
Through the chair, I may throw this one to my colleagues Michelle and Elise to just provide a quick response.
Through the chair, in answer to your question, Councillor Wilcox, we approach the finance branch with various issues that we encounter and challenges with the administration of grants, and how can we streamline the overall process and making it easier for applicants and also for council to reduce the administrative burden. So in that review, it was highlighted that when it comes to the recovery of funds, the cost to council to recover the funds can sometimes exceed the value of the grant. So that is where the $500 limit has come from. However, that being said, if you were to give out a $500 grant and they were to spend none of the funds, we certainly wouldn't just let them keep the $500. That's where the 50% comes into play. It also, the policy states we would, in the first instance, always encourage them to spend those funds on something relating to the activity first. That would be our priority.
I know that I've had that discussion with a few people that have applied for grants, and they've gone, oh, we haven't spent it all. And I'm going, go find something else to spend it on, and then go back to the grants team, because effectively an organisation can apply for $1,000 for whatever, and they go, oh, it's only $500. Sweet, we can just not acquit that other $500 and spend it willy-nilly. That's what I worry about, that it's bad governance. That's all. It's probably more of a comment.
Councillor Lane.
My division would never do that. I think it's a great policy. It's easy to read. The only challenge I had was someone put feedback that was provided in support of prohibiting third-party auspice arrangements and requiring the delivering organisation to be the applicant. I've got emerging groups all the time that look to the larger groups to actually auspice their grants because they either don't have the capacity, don't have the understanding of English or don't have the computer literacy skills to do it. So that's the only challenge I have with this policy. Is this a do or die that we as part of it?
Through the chair, just to explain the auspice situation, the risk to council is quite high in terms of insurance when we auspice. So there is still the ability to do exactly the same thing. All we will ask for is if a volunteer was to work with that community organisation, that the volunteer doesn't make the application, it's the organisation that applies. So I see it more as a partnership rather than the opposite way around. Auspicing would mean the volunteer and we would need to take that risk at council then. So all we're asking for is that the organisation would apply.
Thanks.
No more questions on grant funding. Moving on down to beneficial enterprises policy. Any questions? Councillor Stemp. Apologies. Councillor Bannon had a question on the last one.
I was just going to say how good it was.
Thank you for saying so. Councillor Stemp.
Thank you, Mr Chair, through you. Look, just one thing I wanted to get some clarity on. That the definition of a beneficial enterprise includes the statement that a primary point of a beneficial enterprise is to deliver social, environmental or economic value to the community while striving to be financially sustainable. I feel like there should be something in the policy which requires a beneficial enterprise to aim for self-sufficiency and a timeline as to when that's likely to happen. Is that something that would be put through a policy?
What we've seen with beneficial enterprises, Councillor Stemp, is that they're not always going to be able to be financially sustainable. I think that the decision around whether they're sustainable or not should be articulated in the business case. So that should be part of, there's a two-step process in relation to creating a beneficial enterprise. Is there a public interest? And then there's the consideration of a very thorough business case with regard to whether we establish one. And I think that business case should be the best it can be and articulate the future financial projections for the beneficial enterprise, and councillors should use that information in making the decision whether to create a beneficial enterprise or not.
Okay, and that business case effectively is something we review regularly then, as to whether they're actually, yes, that's part of what they bring into, that's what, when they bring us financials and so forth and various things, that's what we're reviewing at that point, yeah.
So through the chair, typically yes, in two fronts, that you always have an annual, I suppose, strategy setting exercise with a beneficial enterprise, and then you're basically looking at their financial projections as opposed to their actual financial performance on generally a quarterly basis.
Okay, thanks.
Councillor Lane.
Thanks very much. When is a beneficial enterprise not a beneficial enterprise? Is it when it's a social enterprise? Because in the past, we've looked at things and ways of finding alternate pathways for council to achieve things. And sometimes they're unique and other times they morph into something. I'm just wondering, as part of the policy, whether there's a review portion that says if a beneficial enterprise can't become self-sustaining, whether or not we look at recategorising it into a social enterprise and treat it as such rather than, and having a council arm that runs a social enterprise rather than a beneficial enterprise. Have we thought of that? So if it doesn't kick all the boxes, we go, you're a social enterprise, have a great day.
I think the term beneficial enterprise is the term that's used in the legislation and the regulation, Councillor Lane. That's where it comes from. You can kind of call it what you want, but the nature of the beneficial enterprise may become more social in nature. That's what I'll say.
I only ask that because there's taxation benefits for social enterprises as well as beneficial enterprises, and those taxation benefits are for council, so it's not like it's unheard of that we could look at an alternative to a beneficial enterprise if something doesn't work out.
Any other questions on beneficial enterprises? No? Moving on down to decision making in the public interest policy. Any questions? No, just give a bit of time. We're still page flicking. Have we passed that one? All right, sweet. On to information. Don't be. Information privacy policy. Any questions? Sorry? Oh, right, well, that too. Nothing on that? Okay, moving on down. Councillor expenses and facilities policy. Hoya! Councillor Lane.
Thanks very much. Some of the recommendations in the councillor expenses was whether or not we can do what Ipswich does and actually have a transparent website that allows for all expenditure to go up on there. And I note that it's not part of the policy, but we're a transparent organisation. So every item, if you look at Ipswich, every item that a councillor expends and claims back from council goes up to a public record and it's updated with great regularity. And that was one of the suggestions that went into this process, and it doesn't appear in the policy.
Councillor Lane, through the chair, no, the policy contemplates under reporting that there would be the reporting in the annual report, which is required, as well as the regular reports that go to the City Governance Committee, but doesn't contemplate, I suppose, a dashboard that's publicly available, which we can do.
But it's not mentioned here. It was raised as part of the policy group. We did work on this, and other councils managed to do it. The report that comes to council is quite benign, whereas in other city areas they're expected to answer for their expenditure. So I'm just curious as to why we wouldn't have that as part of ours, given we are a transparent organisation that is accountable to the community.
Thank you, through the chair. Can I suggest, at the moment we are implementing a new financial management system under our digital transformation program. I think when that new, the finance and supply chain module rolls out with the new chart of accounts, that would be the time that we would look to make that information publicly available.
Still not in the policy.
But it's open to it. We're going Councillor Wilcox, then Mayor Raven, then Stem.
Thank you. Sorry, just let me find it. So, just to be clear, thank you again for answering my questions. Full transparency, I did ask the question about buying tickets for $1,000. I was a bit like, who's buying tickets for $1,000? They clarified that should we wish to pay whole table tickets is where we can actually get reimbursed for things like that. Didn't know. Anyway. Question, official representation or attendance must be endorsed by council, and that's whether or not we're travelling because of council or if we're funding it ourselves. So question, I have actually done a couple of trips and I've funded them myself to go look at pickleball facilities, interstate and intrastate. So if that was the case, would I then need to actually get approval from the mayor to travel to, say, Tassie, and I went up to Yeppoon and Rocky to go check things out, down the coast and that sort of thing, and I know I'm going down to Runaway Bay in a couple of months as well. So when I'm doing that kind of travel, do I need to get approval through the mayor? Even though I'm funding it myself?
Yeah, so basically any official representation or attendance undertaken by a councillor in connection with council business. So if you're undertaking council business, whether that's funded by yourself or by council, that is caught under that particular requirement. I would imagine if you're travelling and there's an ancillary conversation in relation to your role as a councillor, that wouldn't be necessarily deemed that you're officially representing council in that particular case.
Okay. So then if I am doing that travel, do I then need to come back and present my findings, whatever I do when I'm looking at pickleball stuff, to the rest of the cohort because I'm travelling? This is where it's getting a bit vague in here for me.
So do you guys want to define official travel? Does that need to be ticked off before you travel?
I think Emily's looking at it now, but I think where the travel is funded by council, there is that reporting back obligation. So I think within 3 committee rounds of returning either verbally or you could put a presentation into committee to report back on that. I'm not sure that necessarily is covered by self-funded travel.
Mayor Raven.
And Councillor Wilcox has raised this a couple of times with me. So the question becomes, can you make representations on behalf of council without an approval from someone or from this chamber in order to, when you're travelling on personal business? And so there's no suggestion that Councillor Wilcox is trying to get council to fund her travel. She's essentially going on a holiday and, like all of us, always working, like part of your brain is always ticking, and so wants to know if she can go and meet with the mayor of XYZ or with an officer in XYZ and say, hey, I'd love to see Adidas Arena in Paris, for instance. Can you take me for a tour? And then if does she need approval to do that, to actually officially represent council? My feeling is yes, because otherwise you don't get briefed, you don't get backgrounded, yada, yada, yada. And then once you've gone, if you've made representations, do you then have to report back to committee as if you'd gone on official business? Because you essentially are on official business, even though it's privately funded, because you're making representations on behalf of council. And if something comes of that, I'm assuming you'd want to tell council and report it back to the community. I'm assuming there's also an added benefit that you've got some kind of approval that says, yes, a portion of your trip was work-related. There would be an ATO benefit, I imagine, in there somewhere as well, which, you know, I will never begrudge somebody from mitigating their tax within the law. So I think that's the question. I don't think this specifically prohibits that from happening under the policy, but it also doesn't explicitly speak to it either. No, she's not asking for reimbursement. She's asking, and feel free to correct me, Councillor Wilcox, she's asking, can I represent council in an official capacity when I go on a holiday? And then if you but if she wants to, can she get approval from council to do so?
Because there's very few pickleball facilities around here for me to go see.
So does the policy speak to that, of getting approval to represent council while on unofficial business? Yes.
The only section of the policy that deals with that is any official representation or attendance undertaken by a councillor in connection with council business, whether funded by council or personally funded, must be endorsed by council prior to the activity. So it goes back to the mayor's point that if you are officially representing council, you would get approval to do so whilst travelling.
Is that just approval from the mayor, or it needs to come to council?
Endorsed by council, so that's a collective endorsement.
Councillor Stemp first, then Councillor Lane and Councillor Haramo.
I was just saying, I'm sure that that's not a productive way of doing things. And I mean, the fact you've got to come back and report to council, you have to get someone to do a $20,000 report to come back to council so you can talk about the fact you went and looked at pickleball courts. Like, that seems ridiculous. There's got to be a better way.
Would you like to respond? Councillor Lane.
Thanks very much, Mr Chair. When I went to New Zealand, I approached the manager of economic development and I said to him, are there any things that you think I should see while I'm over there? And he set up a few appointments for me while I was over there. That was done through the officers' channels. That wasn't me going out and seeking anything. And it helped me understand how some other cities do relate. But I was not representing council there. I was simply in meetings. So if that helps this discussion, it just meant that he was able to make those contacts. And yeah, it was very productive as part of my personal trip where I wasn't representing council and I just paid for all my own stuff.
Thank you. I'll come to Robert and then maybe to Dave.
So just to Councillor Stemp's point, just in terms of reporting back, there isn't a requirement that it's a report. In the updated policy, it talks to present a verbal or tabled presentation. So it could be a verbal update in relation to the benefits of the travel. Yeah, so it doesn't have to be a report, so we're trying to reduce the cost, but a verbal report back to committee, just outlining what you found.
Through the chair, just to maybe guide the thoughts of councillors and give Councillor Lane's example. So the mayor agreed for her to represent council. So I messaged him and he said, yep, that's fine. I then reached out to my contacts in New Zealand and she visited Hamilton Gardens. She met with official I think she met with the mayor and the deputy mayor while she was over there, and she went to Tokoroa to visit a skate park. So I think those are examples of where the councillor is representing council and ordinary council business, because they're meeting with officials of the other city council. But in that case, I did get approval from the mayor's office for her to represent council.
Is that the right process?
Well, this is a draft policy, so this is the policy we're looking at creating. I take the point, but we could change that particular section, so it must be endorsed by the mayor prior to that activity, which would align with past practice, rather than having to be endorsed by full council.
Because currently travel needs to be just approved by the mayor, right? And so this would align with that?
No,
Okay.
That's not the case. No, that's a whole different conversation. So if you wanted to run this one to ground, I can talk to that.
Don't need to speak to that.
Sorry, can I finish?
Yes.
So the whole thing for me is this representing council bit. So when I have been on holidays, I always try and look at something when I'm over there. And I think Mayor Raven kind of gets where I'm sort of going with this. I've had pickleball facility built, so I have been on a mission to go and look at pickleball facilities wherever I've been in the world over the past few months and that sort of thing. So I'm fine if I just need to tell the mayor, hey, I'm going over here. I'll probably go check out some pickleball facilities while I'm there. I'll probably give out my business card to a few people over there. But then if I give out my business card, is that representing council while I'm there? That's the question that I'm a bit vague with, because I did ask Dave Radich before I went to Queenstown last year if he could connect me with anyone, but there was no connections. I made those connections on my own, and I went and saw those pickleball facilities when I was over there and that sort of thing. So this is where it's getting a bit grey for me. And I'm fine to do either way. I just want to know that I'm doing the right thing.
Mayor Raven.
So, by all means, you could change the policy, and correct me if I'm wrong, Robert, or perhaps Cherie is sitting behind me. The mayor is the only elected official with the ability to delegate their responsibilities to another elected official, is that right?
There's a nod of the head from the back of the room.
So that means I can delegate my responsibilities as spokesperson to you for the person of speaking to someone else, which is essentially what happened with Teresa. So we can solve it that way, but only the mayor can do that. So a chairperson can't do it without a vote, and I don't even think the acting mayor can do it. So it's literally just something the mayor can do. So I would essentially delegate my spokesperson responsibilities to you for the purpose of going and investigating a pickleball court, and then you can do your thing, right? And whether you want an email to that effect or however else you want to manage it, a text message to that effect, I'm comfortable with managing it that way. Or you could be very explicit about it in policy, so it's clear that that can be done. But sometimes it just feels like we get in our own way about making things overly prescriptive. And the points of these policies put guardrails on what you can't do, rather than giving you a dot point list of the things you're allowed to do, because then inevitably you'll miss one.
Councillor Stamp, did we close off your question? Good. Councillor Haramai.
Thank you. My question's for the Director of Governance. You read out a phrase before regarding this travel, and it described what the test for the circumstance is when it needs approval and comment in committee. Could you please read out the page that phrase was on? What page number was that on?
261.
Do you have the page number of the actual policy that it's on? So the councillor expenses and facilities policy.
It's in, Councillor Haramai, it's in the appendix.
In the appendix?
Appendix 1, on the third page of that appendix.
On the third page. Thank you. So the quote is, councillors are entitled to undertake travel on approved council business, both domestically and internationally, in accordance with the following provisions. And then it gives a list of provisions. The test that we were applying before is if the councillor is representing council. That's what everyone was saying. But the test is if you're on council business. And in the definition section of this policy, it clearly states that council business is a wider scope than just representing council. Council business includes consulting stakeholders. It's a much wider scope. I'll get up the definition. So council business includes gathering information by a councillor necessary to inform him or her of an issue. So the test as to whether or not you need to get it approved by whoever and you need to present at committee is not whether you're representing council, it's whether it's council business. And that is a far wider range of activities than just representing council. So I just wanted to make that clear. Thank you.
Mayor Raven, did you have another one or were we just answering? Yep.
So, and we sort of circled around this a little bit. I was responding to Councillor Lane originally with some of her questions where there are a lot of things that aren't explicitly laid out as can be done in the policy. But as long as they don't explicitly get excluded, it was for your transparency portal. So as long as the policy doesn't explicitly prohibit it, there's nothing to stop the organisation or councillors making a decision that that's what you want. So, and I think the transparency portal is a great idea, especially on expenditure. And all we would need to do is either make a decision through budget to fund the creation of that, or even just a decision in this place to make a decision that would implement it. And noting that council can vote against a policy at any given time. Like the policy exists as a framework, but you can make a decision that overwhelms a policy because you think in this specific instance, the policy didn't envisage one circumstance and it got sorted. It gets sorted through our discretion and sovereignty as being able to make a decision in the public interest, irrelevant of the policy, as good as they are, Emily. So I think this one's great, although I do have one that I'd love to raise specifically. On page 269, in vehicle allowance, this feedback was provided, but it doesn't look like a change has been made. I just wanted to test it through the floor to see if you wanted to leave it as is or if you wanted to change it to the new one. Because this does, while most of the policy is principles-based, this is pretty prescriptive. It says vehicle allowance amounts can be set through the budget process, which means every year councillors will be making a decision about what the vehicle allowance is. At the moment, it's arbitrarily pinned to, I think it's 80% or 90% of the CEO's vehicle allowance. So whatever that is, we move with them without having to make a decision, and that'll reflect the market conditions of what it costs to run a vehicle, because the CEO's contract gets updated every 4 years and it also has an annual review process attached to it. This means that councillors every year have to make a decision essentially on their own pay, because that's how the vehicle allowance comes back, is given to councillors. And I just wanted to clarify, is that something councillors intended to happen? Because this is very specific about that. Or is it going to be just what it was last year plus CPI? It doesn't specify, and I would not like a situation where councillors are making a decision on their own income every year through the budget process. I think it's messy and open to criticism, and fair criticism at that too. I'd rather have a hands-off approach rather than us making a decision on our own pay.
Through the chair, yes, we did make an adjustment to the policy based on the feedback. There was a word in there previously that said it would be considered annually through the budget process. We've taken the word annually out, so the contemplation is it would go through the budget process. We make budget decisions that span more than the future financial year, so the contemplation was, because we hadn't had a conversation with councillors around the vehicle allowance and any changes we might make to the methodology to determine the vehicle allowance, the determination was it would be better that a report came back to a special budget committee meeting, and a decision was made. Now that decision could be made into the foreseeable future. It's not a decision that would need to come back to the budget process every year, because when we made the decision through the budget process, we would have an escalation process by CPI or some under price inflator for the vehicle allowance. Once again, that decision that would be made through the budget process could be made, that information could be made publicly available.
Thank you, and our allowances all get made publicly available anyway. So, theoretically, we could make a once-off decision through budget to say this is the way we want you to calculate it moving forward, based on something else that's outside of our control, and then just leave it alone forevermore. Is that right? Good. Thank you.
Councillor Bannon. Moving on to the next one is the general rates and charges exemptions and concessions policy. Councillor Stemp.
you, Mr Chair. So just to get some clarity, I've gone through all this, but I just want to clarify I've got this right. Will we still have discretionary applications come to us to council for a decision, or will that be a decision of the officers?
Under the, based on feedback we've got from councillors, we've come up with a policy that is trying to reduce the number of reports that come to committee for a decision. There are discretionary exemptions that there is the opportunity for organisations to apply for, albeit in the policy, I suppose the eligibility criteria for those has been tightened up. If we do get some of those that fit within the policy construct, they will come to council for a decision. But the vast majority of them will be considered as concessions. And under the policy, we've put sufficient detail for officers to make it a determination to whether the policy would apply or not. And there wouldn't be a requirement for those to come to council for a decision.
And if we get those to come to us to council, will we be provided with some more information than we've maybe had in the past to help us make that decision?
Absolutely. You'll be provided with a lot of documentation in relation to the nature of the organisation and supporting documentation such as financial information and so forth.
Thank you.
Councillor St Leger.
Thank you. Concessions for pensioners and veterans, massive tick in my book. I think it's a great thing. I'm not a fan of discounts or rating concessions for businesses per se, whether they be charities or anything like that. That's not undermining the great work they do out in the community, but if you're purchasing a property, and many of these are high value properties, you're putting as much pressure on the infrastructure and everything as everyone else, and it's a cost of business. So it's not, GPs do great work, dentists do great work. There's many, operating businesses in our communities that do great work. They don't get a rates concession on their businesses and on their properties. So I personally would love to see concessions gone completely, except for pensioners and veterans. I think it's a well-deserved discount, and we could take that money that we're using from memory. It's with that concessions that we save, and we could look at applying a further discount to our veterans and pensioners to assist them. The people that really need these concessions, regardless of if you're a charity doing great work, if you're in a position to purchase a property, it's a cost of business. It's a cost of business, and I think it's something we really need to reconsider as a council.
Councillor Lane.
Thanks very much. I'm kind of leaning down the pathway of Division 4, Councillor. The feds have tax-free thresholds. They have specific things surrounding when they kick in tax and opportunities to discount it. I'm wondering whether or not we set an income policy rather than, like some organisations have been historically sitting on millions of dollars worth of assets and probably get some discounts, and others have bought millions of dollars worth of new stuff. But there are those struggling. So I wonder whether or not, as part of this policy, we can do a little bit more work on an income basis. So some places get millions of dollars a year in federal and state government funding, so they can afford to pay their rates, quite frankly, while others attract no funding but still do a great job in the community. So I'm wondering whether we can look at that. It's just in the interest of fairness and equity. Those that can't afford it, we support them, but they still provide a great service, and those that can should pay.
Okay.
Take your point, Councillor Lane. I guess that's not the way the current policy has been drafted. But we have, to Councillor St Leger's point, we have heard the general feedback from councillors, and in terms of the concessions for non-profit entities, which is in Appendix 2 of the policy, we have really tightened it up. So it's basically capped at 20% of their rates or a maximum of $500 per quarter. So that is considerably less than what it would have been historically.
And again.
Thanks, but there's things in the policy that say that the rateable land must be used for the purpose in which we're presenting it. So a good example is showgrounds. Showgrounds are used for a specific number of times a year. We've got the show coming up in Beenleigh quite soon. But for most of the year, it's not used as a showground. But we'd probably give it a good discount. I don't know that we do discount it, but I'm just saying.
Aren't they a legislated exemption?
Well, that's just it. The purpose of which they're described under the exemption means that they're eligible, but they don't always carry out that stuff. So a good example is church. People often go to church one day a week, but the churches have buildings and other associated things that aren't places of worship that are caught under the discount. So I'm asking that question as a matter of course. Is it the percentage of use under the defined discretionary exemptions, or is it something different?
Under the specified legislative exemption, so in terms of churches, it's the use of the property. If they own multiple properties, the use of those individual properties will be looked at separately, depending on what the use of those are. But under the concessions, it is based on the predominant use of the property. So if there's an ancillary use, that is taken into consideration, but it's the predominant use of the property, which is information that we require the organisation to provide us, which determines whether they get the concession or not.
Thanks for that. I note that some churches, again, only operate one day a week, but manage to lease out their hall for the other 4 or 5 days at a considerable amount, particularly to not-for-profits, other not-for-profits in the community. So not necessarily doing what the main prescribed service is.
Councillor Hall.
So I was just querying Councillor St Ledger. Was he referring to churches and faith groups when you were?
No, I'm not, mate, I don't discriminate against any. I just think if you're, and I come from the charity space, and this is not a knock on any of the great work they do in the community. If you're in a position as a business, a charity, to own a property, you should pay rates. And I think discounts for pensioners and veterans are well deserved. However, businesses, charities, all should be paying their rates, just like all our other residents. And that's not a knock on the work they do. They do great work throughout the whole community, so we want that to continue. But I think their rates should be paid.
Mr Strachan, we're obligated, aren't we, to provide an exemption to churches?
That's correct, Councillor Hall. Under the legislation, there are a number of specified legislative exemptions, and churches is one of them. So they get a rates exemption based on the nature of the organisation, which is a church.
Thank you. No more questions on that one. New information? Go for it.
Yeah, no, I just want to clear up, I'm not worried about the churches and the ones with the state legislation.
Understood.
It's more your businesses that own it.
Health, safety and wellbeing policy? Any questions? Yes, thanks, Councillor Hall.
Okay. I've been biting at the bit for this one, and now I'm going to lose my page. Yeah, I've got it. Okay, so on page 308, you've got work-related violence and aggression policy, and the outcome is we recommend that the zero tolerance approach and risk management principles should be retained in the new policy, and the standalone policy can be repelled with its content transgression and integrated into the new policy. Within the definitions of the old policy, it says Logan City Council defines work-related violence and aggression as physical violence, including but not limited to striking, kicking, spitting, and this one, most interestingly, coughing towards someone, a person, and throwing any object in the direction of a person. I think this is probably an old policy, and I wouldn't consider coughing towards someone as an aggressive act, and I think it could be manipulated somewhat if it was. So is that something we really want to keep in our policy?
Where is that in the new policy?
I think the definitions in the new policy start on page 314 and 315. And the new definition for occupational violence and aggression is that any incident where a person is abused, threatened or assaulted in circumstances relating to their work.
So you're quoting the old policy. So all clear, that's all sorted. Anyone else got questions on this policy? No? Moving down to, where are we? Wow, there's so many missing here. Any questions on the repeal of the 26? No? We are ready to put up the 32 recommendations. I think it's 33 attachments, but 32 recommendations. Yes?
I don't like 4 points, so does that mean I just abstain and then say my reasoning as to which 4 points I don't like? Because, okay.
You can do as you please.
Okay.
All right, so we have a recommendation, these set of recommendations on the screen. Does anyone want to move them? Mayor Raven, anyone to second? Councillor Russell, thank you. All those in favour? We go around the room, please.
I'll be abstaining and I want to give a reason, as the detail is within the procedure rather than within the policy. However, I am in support of items 28 to 30.
Thank you. I'd like to abstain and I'd like to provide a reason. In order. No, 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 no. Yes, yes. Yes, 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 yes. No, 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 no. Yes, yes. Yes, no, 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 no. And I found it very difficult to vote in favour of something when I was so conflicted over so many areas.
Yes.
St Ledger.
Abstain.
No.
Great. So much work's been put into this, and I really do appreciate it, as discussed just with the concessions policy.
If I may, thank you for that feedback. We've structured the recommendations in a way that if we could go through them individually, if councillors are prepared to support some and not others, just so we can keep certain things moving.
Point of order, Mr Chair. We're in the
Yes.
middle of voting. So
Sorry.
we're in the voting section.
We're
right
counting.
now.
Okay. Mayor Raven was yes. Councillor Hall? 4.
Against.
4. I will abstain with a reason, please. I was conflicted over a couple of the individual recommendations. I'll just leave it at that. 4.
I was 4. Councillor Fraser, how do you vote? That's carried. Thank you, councillors.
Yes, that's exactly
Does anyone have any general business for Ms Shafto? Do you have any for us? No? Thank you. Moving on to 6.8, Community Benefit Fund Review with Mr David Radich. No? Michelle and Alyssa will report this one. Take us away, Michelle.
I'm happy to move it, and the mayor said he'd second it.
Thank you.
Yeah. Through the chair, I'll make this brief. But the purpose of this report we're presenting to you is the revised Community Benefit Fund. What was the procedure is now the guideline. So this aligns with what you've just approved in the Community Grants Policy. We spent a lot of time with you having individual conversations and a PAG and informal briefing, so hopefully you don't have too many questions. But I will take the report as being read and please ask questions or make a decision.
Any questions? I mean, yes, Councillor Wilcox.
Sorry, I did send a question through. I know that it says that applicants can apply for a minimum of $500 and a maximum of $5,000. But I'm just conscious because I do have some small community groups. They may not need $500. Does that mean if, you know, they only want like 250, I say, hey, can you make it up to 500? Fine, something. Like, that's the only thing. Like, can we lower it? I don't know.
Through the chair, we did have this conversation and we did talk about reducing it to $250, I believe.
Yes, through the chair. So we took on board the feedback that councillors would like to be able to allocate less, that to align the minimum with the cost to administrate wasn't perhaps the path, but that to receive the application, we kept that at the $500 limit. But then that does mean that you could choose to fund $250 and then perhaps find another councillor to fund the other $250 as well, or just provide $250. So, yep.
Councillor Barnum. Councillor Hall.
Not a question, just want to say I think you guys done an amazing job on this and thank you very much for the work and time that you put in and I'm happy to second it.
All right, that has been moved by Councillor Bradley. I'll take Mayor Ray. Are you a question or seconding? Second, thank you very much. All those in favour? Councillor Fraser, how do you vote? For. Thank you very much.
I will abstain.
Oh, sorry, missed it.
I will abstain because I would have liked community groups to be able to apply for a smaller amount
Understood.
if they needed to.
Thank you. All right, that's been carried. Thank you, team. No GB from DRAD. All right, 6.9, coming in the home straight. Yes, ma'am.
I did send you an email that I'll have to leave just after 3, so my apologies about that.
Understood. Thank you. Committee structure review. Yes, Mayor Raven.
Before we get into a long description of things, would we be able to defer this until after we've dealt with Transform Logan and extended the duration of chairs? Oh, thank you. You're the best, Mim. Sorry, Councillor Mim.
Councillor Haramai.
Thank you. I'm happy to support deferring this, and Councillor Stamp mentioned something about a motion. But on this, for the public, the report talks about reviewing some of the terms of reference for the committees in council and the members of. Thank you, Deputy Mayor, for taking my phone. And the chairperson positions of those committees. Council also has representative roles. We have 2 representative roles to the LGAQ, a representative role to the Australian Local Government Association, and some other representative roles as well. My intent is I think it's a good idea for council to move these roles around and let more councillors experience different things and contribute in different ways. I've been the representative to ALGA, the Australian Local Government representative from Logan, for multiple years. Now I've gone to the conference. I think it would be a great idea for another councillor to go to the conference this year. So my intent is at the next ordinary council meeting to make that opportunity available for another councillor to put their hand up to take that representative spot and go to the conference and contribute in their own way. So I won't do it in this meeting because it's been a long meeting, but in the spirit of this report that seems like it may be deferred, I flag my intent to do that at the ordinary council meeting next week.
Understood. Thoughts? You happy for me to put to the floor to defer it?
I think the only thing is there was some part of the recommendation which we may have in the alternate recommendation is to update the terms of reference based on some previous organisational structural changes. So we'd be hoping you would be okay with making those changes and then deferring the review of the committees until after Transform Logan.
Councillor Lane.
Thanks very much. We're better off just putting up the motion and selecting option 1 until such time as we do Transform Logan, so no change until we do that. Rather than defer, just make a decision, no change, and then we can come back to it after we make the decision.
When are we coming back? When are we coming back?
Can I just ask a clarifying question? Just in relation to the deferment, were we talking about extending the existing chairs until such time as the standing committees are reviewed, or are we're still moving to do a vote in relation to chairs at the next ordinary council meeting?
I believe there's a report for that coming to ordinary council. I'm happy to deal with it here, but I assume one way or the other you're dealing with it in ordinary council. So you'd move the chair, like you'd extend the chairs until you do the restructure of the committees. The restructure of the committees is dependent on Transform Logan's passage or modification as council sees fit. And also there was some interest in doing like a chair's charter, but I believe that that was resolved just to be an informal understanding between councillors of expectations.
So option one it is.
Coming up with an alternative recommendation for you to read. Have a look. For Councillor Fraser's benefit, that the review of the Standing Committee be completed following consideration of the Transform Logan strategy. 2, that the current Standing Committee chairpersons and deputy chairpersons continue in their roles until the review of the Standing Committees is completed in accordance with Clause 1. And 3, that the terms of reference at Attachment 2 to this report titled Committee Structural Review be adopted. Question.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Just for clarity, so the terms of reference we're adopting is pretty much removing the names of councillors from the terms of reference, is that correct? And then just putting in the changes to the various branches that have moved, is that correct? That's the only two things that are effectively changing in those terms of reference? Okay.
Someone to move this recommendation? Mayor Raven, seconded by Councillor St Ledger. All those in favour? We'll go around the room, please.
For.
Against? For.
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 For. For.
I was for. Councillor Fraser, how do you vote? For. Thank you, that's been carried. Item 6.10, Supplementary Meeting Code. Thank you, Mark.
Through the Chair. In response to feedback received from the Mayor and councillors regarding the local government meeting code, it's proposed to adopt a supplementary meeting code, and that's to ensure the orderly and proper conduct of local government meetings. So the supplementary meeting code is proposed rather than reviewing and amending the whole meeting code, as the current meeting code is going to need to be reviewed and updated when the Empowering Councils Bill takes effect later this year. So this approach allows us now to adopt a number of key changes to the meeting code rather than having to wait until later this year. I'm going to give a brief overview of the 6 new provisions which are being proposed in the supplementary meeting code. So firstly, with regard to the chairperson of committee meetings, so there are occasions where a chairperson may need to step down from chairing a meeting, but they need to stay in that meeting and participate. So this provision allows the chairperson to step down during the chairing of a meeting, but they may elect to stay in the meeting and participate. The second provision relates to providing reasons for not voting or voting in the negative. So it's proposed to include a provision to enable a councillor who votes in the negative to optionally provide a reason and request that reason to be recorded in the minutes. So that's done when councillors abstain from votes, but this is now going to be proposed to be extended, so when a councillor votes no, they have that option to provide a reason. The third provision proposes to enable the Mayor to bring a urgent matter that is within jurisdiction of the local government through a mayoral minute, and that's where that item is not on the agenda. And so with respect to that provision, it would come to a council meeting for decision by a signed minute. The fourth provision is foreshadowed motions. So it's proposed to enable a councillor during debate on a motion to propose a foreshadowed motion in relation to the matter which is already the subject of an original motion. And the foreshadowed motion would only be considered if the original motion was lost or withdrawn. And the foreshadowed motion can't amend a motion, it is a separate motion. The next provision is relating to meeting conduct. So this is to assist the chairperson in being aware of councillors in the meeting. So new provisions are proposed that require a councillor to acknowledge the chairperson when they're entering the chamber. And when the councillor needs to leave the meeting for an extended period, they, wherever practicable, are to notify the chairperson either in advance or they would interject to advise the chairperson that they needed to leave. And the final provision is with respect to clarification of matters which might arise outside of local government meetings. So this new provision proposed allows a councillor during a meeting to raise a clarification in relation to a matter that has arisen outside of a meeting that relates to council or a councillor. And this provision will require the councillor to briefly state the nature of the matter, the reason for wanting to provide clarification, and then the relevant background or the context. So that's the extent of the new provisions which are proposed in the supplementary meeting code, and myself and Sri Watt, the Chief Legal Counsel, is happy to take any questions.
Councillor Bradley.
May I ask the City Solicitor a question, or a couple of questions? The supplementary additions here, are they going to be very different to what will be implemented later this year?
Through you, Mr Chair, no. I imagine once the new legislation is adopted, there will be model meeting procedures that the states, but they won't deal with these things. So these provisions are intended to be included in the updated meeting code.
Okay, and so the 4 items that you said, will they be in the new one?
Sorry, Councillor Bradley, which 4 items?
The first 4 items, will they be in it?
Yes, Councillor Bradley.
They will be in the new, later this year, the new additional meeting code?
Through you, Mr Chair, so the intention is to completely overhaul our current meeting code. That needs to be done consistently with the new legislation and with the new model meeting procedures, which we haven't seen.
Yes.
These provisions were lifted from my current draft of that new meeting code, but it's been done to try and introduce these now to streamline meeting processes.
Okay.
So they will continue on.
So has there been any additional things brought forward from what the state government are introducing?
Through you, Mr Chair, Councillor Bradley, do you mean in these particular provisions? No, the first of them up to number 8 were all proposals to include in the meeting code that we addressed with councillors in an informal council meeting last year. So they've been canvassed as things that would assist with council meetings. The additional one is the last one, which is a clarification of a matter, and the introduction of that was something that the CEO had asked me to turn my mind to drafting, and that was to try and give councillors an opportunity to address particular matters. For instance, if there was something in the media through the week between a committee and a council meeting that was inaccurate, that it would be an opportunity for a councillor to address that.
And so I'm not sure where that has come from, Mr CEO. Are you able to elaborate?
Through you, Mr Chair, it's one that I've had experience with previously on the Gold Coast. So in the 11 years that I was there, we had a agenda item in each council meeting for clarifications for councillors to use or not use. I suppose it would have been used maybe 1 time out of every 10 council meetings to provide clarification.
Okay, so if someone was potentially suing someone for defamation and they asked for a clarification question. How do they deal with that one?
So through you, I suppose if there was a active legal case, then you wouldn't be talking about it in the clarification in a council meeting. In the 10 years that I was in the Gold Coast, that wasn't a use case for this particular section. It was largely around where a councillor had been misquoted in the Gold Coast Bulletin, and they're able to clarify what they actually said.
It's a personal thing rather than one councillor on another councillor.
So that's the typical use that I'm used to for this particular section.
I'm just cautious that it could be abused, that's all. That's particularly if you can't talk that you're suing someone for defamation, you can't talk about legal proceedings in this forum, and you don't have legal privilege here. That's my only concern, and I'll just foreshadow that.
Councillor Murphy.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson and the Chair. This is a public report, so I just wanted to clarify, there's 6.3, the Merrill Minute. Mr Mayor, if you may, and through the Chair, can you just give us a quick example of what a Merrill Minute would be? Like, would it be like sandbagging requirement because of floods, or would it be something larger than that? Can you just give us an example? Because this is a public report and I just thought I'd give that opportunity out to the community.
The wording of this is slightly different. It says an urgent matter. So it'd have to be, based on that, it'd be something I would have to bring up that needed to be addressed in that meeting rather than waiting till the next round of council. On the Gold Coast, Mayor Tate uses a Merrill Minute to have a 45-minute conversation about all the events he's been to that month and to give an update almost about what he's doing. So, yeah, I'm not intending on doing that, to Councillor Heremeyer's heartfelt interjection. But I would envisage using it as an opportunity where there might be something where we need to move quickly, whether that's an advocacy opportunity that there's no previous council recommendation for. It could be a contract or an MOU that's timing sensitive and I want to bring it forward for a quick decision. Wherever possible, I would notify councillors in writing as per the, even if I'm only giving you an hour's notice, I'd rather give it to you in writing first so you can read it, and then I'll make sure that you're aware of it before we get to it. I know that at other councils, sometimes for like a mayoral initiative, like an election commitment, sometimes it gets brought up through that. Because ours says urgent, there's rarely anything about
Sorry,
election.
just a correction that the urgent is in the notes, but not in the actual recommendation.
I didn't think I'd read it when I read it, and then you said it out loud. I trusted. Cool. So not urgent is good. So yeah, I know that I didn't mind having urgent though, because it does stop me from using it for shenanigans. Yeah, thanks. Councillor St. Ledger said he'll remind me of that when I try to use it for shenanigans. I know that at Redlands, Mayor Mitchell brought it up specifically on like an election commitment for changing them from having council vehicles to a vehicle allowance, because it was a commitment she made and she didn't want to have to burden that through a committee process because it's a pretty simple process. And all that ended up happening with that from memory is got referred to their budget, but it lets it come up quickly and smoothly and make it very clear that it's a mayoral initiative rather than something that's been driven through the organisation. It would probably be one of the most effective ways to do a direction to council without ever having to actually direct any staff, because you could just bring it up and say, I think this is really important, councillors please support me in this, and then you can make the decision whether or not you support.
So it says where practicable, give us notice as well, and it does say urgent matter just in the report. I was going to ask you a question and now it's gone. Thank you for addressing that. Thank you.
But I won't be using it for updates of a 45-minute nature.
Now you reminded me. How often do these usually get used?
Oh,
thank you. Councillor Herremeyer.
Thank you. This series of meetings started at 10 a.m, it's 3 p.m. We're talking, so interjection from Councillor Murphy, so the reason why this matters is because we're talking about a meeting code that governs meeting between councillors. My community pays me to focus on outputs in the community, This is about governing an internal meeting. Many of these provisions already exist within the general business section of the meeting code. The general principle that the public expects elected members to follow is act in good faith in your meetings, and that is the core governing principle, regardless of the meeting code. So I think these meeting code changes are minor. I think many of them are already covered. I think we should move on and focus on more tangible outputs in the community. So I'm happy to move when appropriate.
Councillor Stamp.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Look, I just want a bit of clarity, to be honest with you. Like in 6.1, basically chairs still can't join a meeting via Teams or in the meeting if they don't chair. Is that correct? So if you're unwell, if I'm unwell, I can't attend my planning meeting. Is that correct? Online?
The supplementary meeting code is the section in there basically allows you to attend a meeting, to step down from chairing the meeting,
Okay.
and to remain in the meeting.
Oh, I thought there was a legislative reason why you couldn't
No,
do that.
it was a meeting code
Oh, was
issue,
it? Okay. So I
which
just wanted
we're
to
fixing
clarify
in
that.
this supplementary.
Yeah, because I just wasn't sure if it didn't really mention if you're unwell and you weren't trying to come by Teams or whatever, so I just wanted to clarify. Is there a reason why we can't provide a reason for voting for something? I'm not saying you do it all the time, but I'm just saying there are occasions where, say, everyone votes against something and you'll vote for something and you want to give a reason as to why. Is there a reason why?
I would imagine if you're voting for something, you're voting for the officer's recommendations, which would be articulated in the report. So you're basically voting for the report. So in that particular circumstance, it is somewhat obvious in terms of why you were voting
Not necessarily
for.
always. Okay, that's fine. If you can't do it, you can't do it. I just thought there's been occasions where I would like to have given an opinion, to be honest. But anyway.
Councillor Wilcox.
Thank you, and thank you
Oh,
again.
no, I wasn't finished.
Oh, sorry.
I thought you were talking about on that. Sorry.
Thank you.
Mayoral minutes, why don't we need a seconder?
No other mayoral minute uses a seconder.
Okay.
The mayor literally
wondered
just
why.
puts it to the floor, and debate is optional, although I would always invite debate and discussion just because I prefer it that way. Yeah.
And where would we use foreshadowed motions?
I gave an example of one today where we had something where there was an alternative coming that we could all see and feel coming, but there was no way to flag that you intended on bringing that up. So I could say, I intend on foreshadowing a motion, and everyone goes, yes, I want that, which means you vote the original one down pretty quickly because you know there's another motion coming and you're supportive of that motion. So it's sort of
It's a more formal way of doing what we sometimes do anyway.
Yeah, and it's designed to short circuit a long debate where you might debate the substantive motion for a long time.
Yep.
When there's actually a really good solution that someone's come up with, you know it's there and waiting, so you just move past the debate
Okay.
of the motion that's going to fail anyway,
Yep.
and you move on to that one. And
Yep.
It's sort of designed to short circuit it.
And with 6.5, the meeting code having to flag when you want to come in and out, I find that too disruptive personally. I don't some people go in and out 10 times during a meeting. I wouldn't have a clue who comes in and out, and I don't think it's necessary to them say, excuse me, Mr Chair, I'm going in, or excuse me, I'm back. Because that was kind of the plan of this, or how are you?
Just for an extended.
Only extended periods, not
But I mean,
if you're just going out for 10 minutes.
Oh, okay, so it's only extended periods. Okay, so not just. Okay, that's fine. I thought it was when every time you went to the bathroom, you had to let people know. So that's fine. All right, I'm all good now. Thank you.
Councillor Wilcox.
Thank you very much, and thank you again for answering my questions that I put forward beforehand, because you explained what a mayoral minute was and when it would be used, which was great. What was my question? Oh my goodness. Now I've
I'll come back to you,
completely lost it.
Councillor
Yeah,
Hall.
Come back.
Yes, through the chair, 6.2. I don't believe there's any reason to have an abstention. If you're just going to have that councillors can speak to when they vote in the negative, because abstention is counted as being in the negative anyway. The only reason why we abstain is to vote in the negative and to actually give a reason as to why we voted in the negative. And I feel this is going to further confuse residents, because residents are already confused about what abstaining means in our council, okay? They don't understand that it's voting in the negative. They think it's just not voting at all. So if we're going to include this, then we might as well just remove abstaining completely.
Is that a thing? Thank you.
So through the chair, abstaining is an option for a councillor. So if they feel that they can't make a decision, it gives them that option. So it's right. not yes or no, is they feel that they can't make decisions. Sometimes you'll see councillors will say they don't have enough information to hand and they feel that they can't make a decision. That's where they may prefer to use abstain in those situations.
And I believe that is the reason why it is voting in the negative and giving a reason. It is usually to give that reason as to why they can't vote on the matter. So they're not going to decide on the matter, but they're voting in the negative anyway. But it's usually to give reason as to why they're doing that. You know, whether it be, I can't vote on this because there's not enough information in the report, therefore I'm voting in the negative against the carried motion. So I don't believe we need if you're going to do this for against, you may as well do it for as well and give people the option to be able to explain why they voted for. Otherwise, I'd say just leave it as it is because it's already confusing for many people.
Thank you for your comments. Councillor Lane.
Thanks very much. I enjoyed reading this report, understood it perfectly. When you debate on a report, you are putting forward your viewpoint or your thoughts, or you're putting questions forward. So explaining when you vote in the yes or in the no, there's no need for that if you're seriously debating a point or you have an objection to it, because you've already raised it in the public arena. I will say after today that having 32 points in a recommendation doesn't really work. It's like yes, 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 no, no. So I think we should limit the number of recommendations for a report down to a reasonable amount. I would have loved to have supported some of the reports today, but I just didn't feel that I could because there were so many negative opportunities. So well done, love the report, get it all. Let's just keep going.
Final one, Councillor Wilcox.
Thank you. Sorry, I wrote it down. So with the mayoral minute, just to be clear, it comes back to ordinary council. It doesn't go through committees and it's not an email out. It has to come through the next ordinary council or a special meeting?
So it gets raised on the agenda in an ordinary council meeting. It doesn't touch committee, and it's my obligation to inform you before I raise one what I'm going to raise it about. And so it's just a very quick way of doing things. It sort of replaces executive powers to the mayor, which is where like a flying minute. That's what that used to be, and we've never had that since you guys have been elected in 2020. It's a very quick way to make a decision that sort of cuts through red tape and lets council still debate something and make a formal decision on something important.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a motion without notice. It's another way of putting it, but only the mayor can bring it up.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. And can I just possibly ask the CEO, possibly, 6.6, so clarification in relation to a matter arising outside of meetings. Can you just give us a few more examples? Like, I'm a bit vague about this because it's not something that we can debate and you can't clarify on the floor. So I'm just like, what are we trying to clarify? If you can't debate it, can't really talk about it.
So you talk about the clarification section. So it'll be a standing item in the agenda, which is at the option of a councillor to make a clarification at that point in time. The chair would say, do any members have a clarification? You might clarify on, hey, there was an article in a newspaper during the week and I was misquoted. What I meant to say was blah. It's a way of publicly addressing a particular issue that might, if not addressed, create some sort of issue down the track or unhappiness. So it's a way of providing a public clarification for something which ought to be clarified, and there's the universe of what those things might be.
Thank you. We shall go to the recommendation. Seconder? Bannon, thank you. All those in favour? Has been carried. Councillor Hall, how do you vote?
I'm going to vote for.
Councillor Fraser, how do you vote?
I thought you were going to abstain for the last time. Can you hear me?
No, say again.
Oh, you can't. Oh. Can you hear me now? Or?
Yep.
Yeah, okay, against.
Against, thank you. That has been carried. Did you get both those against? Yep, great. Final item, revised 26-27 Special Budget Committee timetable. Thank you, Mark.
Through the chair. So the purpose of this report is to seek a decision on a proposed revision to the Special Budget Committee timetable for 26-27 financial year. So the proposed...
Sorry, Mark. I didn't need you to speak actually to that. I think everyone's got it. Questions, yes.
Thanks. Given we're reducing the number of meetings that we're having, which I support, will we be able to tap into your team with questions outside as soon as we receive that budget document, Robert?
Absolutely, Councillor Lane.
Thanks. That's all I had.
Questions, Murphy? Councillor Murphy?
I'm just happy to move it as a special budget chair.
Excellent. Seconded by Mayor Raven.
All those in favour?
All those in favour? Councillor Fraser? Pretty sure that was unanimous. Oh, did you vote? Okay. How'd you vote?
I'm abstaining because I have some concerns over the new process.
Thank you very much. Noted.
General business?
General business for anyone? No? You're done? Everyone's cooked? All right, that concludes the agenda for today. I declare the governance meeting of, 10th of March concluded at 3:19 p.m. Thank you very much.